Alright guys, I'm back now. Hopefully this will work. My OBS disconnected somehow and wasn't working. I'm not sure why. Looks like my internet's running fine. Must be an OBS issue. So, sorry about that, guys. But it looks like we're back online. And hopefully everything will run okay now. This happened last night as well with OBS. I don't know if this is an OBS issue or what, but the refresh the chat here. Mark Smith and Brandon Wallace are back. Thanks, guys. I don't know what happened. It said my OBS disconnected somehow. But I'm back now. Hopefully I won't have any more issues out of this so far. It did this last night too once, but it didn't disconnect all the way. So hopefully we won't have any more issues. Alright, let's get into the fight. I don't know if I've even seen that now loading screen until now. That's pretty cool. That's the first time I remember seeing it. Damn, this looks awesome. Look at that background. And this character design of this girl. I feel like her moves are like sneaky or something. Oh man, this one is gonna be tough. Mildred. I feel like the way she blocks and everything, I'm gonna have to win on like cheap hits on this one. And when she does that, it doesn't give you any warning. You get trapped in it and you can't get out. Even if you are blocking, it doesn't make a difference. Wow, look at this. She's kicking my ass, but I ain't gonna lie. I liked watching her kicking my ass because that was amazing. Super Boo's back. Thank you, man. Thank you for coming back. I swear I feel like I'm gonna have to win on cheap hits with this last boss here. 関東崩壊まであと1日. Good, I can skip the cutscenes. 我は大弁士大公主神が我と共にあり Mark Smith says, I want this for PS3. I have it saved on my want list. Yeah, cause this is my first time actually ever playing this, and I was looking earlier at the different games in the series, and I remember seeing that there was like an HD port on I think it was like the PS3 and 360 possibly. I don't know about 360. Maybe I'm wrong about that. But I'm really loving it so far. Kick your ass, Mildred. With rollerblades on. Yeah. Haha. That's the cheapest move she's got right there. Because there's no way to block it. And she just killed me because of that. That's alright. I'm gonna get you, Mildred. I'm gonna get you. You had to use that. I swear to God, that's the cheapest move. That's the cheapest move in the whole game. Asshole. Just like unblockable. Mark says, I found out about this game from one of Radical Reggie's videos. You know, maybe that's where I've seen it before, because I know I've seen it. Jim might have did a review of this game. I can't remember honestly, but I know I've seen it somewhere before. And I do watch a lot of Reggie's videos as well. It's very possible I could have seen it on one of his too. I don't know if he's still doing it, but I know Reggie was having a birthday stream. So happy birthday to Reggie. Mark says Reggie's channel is how I learned about Saru through their collaboration videos. Yeah, I've seen his as well. I think the first I had ever heard of Sarumaru's channel is uh, one of the videos that he actually did with KidShoryuken, and that's probably been it's an older video. That's probably been a couple years ago or so. I swear to God, that's his cheapest move that she's doing right there, because you can't block it, man. And it's like, there's no warning of when she's gonna do it either. Oh, she's got lightning too? Well, I guess I just got smited. God damn. Ah, she canceled that attack? And immediately hits me with that move. Mark says, by the way, it's good to see some fighting games. One of my top favorite game genres. You're keeping your selections for streams varied. I like that. Yeah, man, definitely. I don't want to, you know, stream the same thing too much, you know, to where it gets old. I do try to keep it balanced, you know, to where, you know, we get different, you know, types of genres and types of games, different systems as well. Just I want to try to make it, you know, varied, like you said, you know, so it doesn't get boring or anything like that. I think I'm going to try this probably a couple more times, and if I can't beat it, then we're going to move on to the next game, because I've been playing this one for like almost 2.5 hours now. I was trying to see if a special move would block that. But it doesn't. Nightshade's still here. Hey man, thank you for coming back. He says, what's this one called again? This one is Arcana Hearts. Or actually, Arcana Heart. Let me change that, because that's going to drive me crazy now that I've had that the whole time. And the, called Arcana Heart, not Arcana Hearts, like plural. Let me change that, because that's going to drive me nuts. Now that I realize my mistake. Alright, there we go. The Arcana Heart. That's what it is. Now I wonder if you can get good enough at this to beat Mildred in that state, I wonder what happens like after that. I wonder if there's like different endings or like something like that, you know. And I almost guarantee that there is, because this fighting game just has a ton of layers to it. There's just so much going on. He always gets me with that. Mark says it. Oops, I did it too. Yeah, that was. I've had it up there for like 2 hours like that, so that's my bad. Man, she's killing me. Overpowered. OP. I think I'm gonna have to move on here in a second, guys. Because I don't think I'm gonna beat this Mildred. Yeah, Mark says she reminds me of bosses from SNK fighting games, hard and cheap. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Kind of like, you know, when you were a kid and some kid came over, you know, and you played Mortal Kombat together, and they knew how to do the special move that you didn't, like the rolling, you know, quarter circle thing like that Sub-Zero had, you know, and they just spam you with the ice blast thing or whatever. Never let you get close to them. That's about how I feel with this boss. But I'm pretty sure that that's like almost supposed to happen right there, you know. But I think you could beat it. And if you did beat it, I bet something else would happen, you know, like there would be a different cutscene or something going on, you know. Damn. fucking lightning attacks. Like, if she didn't have stupid stuff like that, I would have won that. That's alright. Because I'm going to keep on playing this one. Practicing, because it's an awesome game. But I think for tonight, that's enough. So, we will move on to something else. So, I'm going to leave it up to you guys, everybody that's in the chat. So, what would you like to see? I've got Knights right here, which we are going to play at some point tonight. But I'm really tempted right now, after playing this game, to play Hokuto no Ken for the PlayStation 2. One of my favorite fighting games that I own. And I'm kind of really wanting to play that right now. So let me know what you guys think. Would you rather see Hokuto no Ken or Nights into Dreams? Yeah, Mark, yes, that is Fist of the North Star in Japan. It's called Hokuto no Ken. Yeah, it's the same thing. Yes, sir. Right here. Hokuto no Ken. Shinpan no Sousou Sei Kenso Retsuden is the name of the video game. And playing this one's really got me wanting to play this right now, to be honest with you. I know I played it on my last PS1 Imports game, or PS2 Imports Live. But it's so good, I think I want to play it again for a little while. I don't think I've seen this cutscene before. With this, that's pretty awesome. Yeah, Mark, the music in this game is awesome. Like, it really gives me a Capcom feel. Like, I'm so curious about this because on the on here it says it was published by AQ Interactive, and I guess the developer is Examu. It's EXAMU. They might be a different developer now, you know, possibly. They might be called something else now. But I'm kind of curious now about the history of this company and what else they've done, because I've really liked this game a lot so far. I think the next time we stream it, we'll probably do arcade mode. And because I can't believe I played story mode that long, I didn't even clear the game. You know, I was playing it for what, 2.5 hours, and I didn't even clear the game. So, but I think it's time to switch over to another game. And I just want to play Hokuto no Ken just a little bit, honestly. Gonna change the game name here. And Mark says, is this the port of the original Atomic Wave game? Yes, it is. This is actually the only official version that ever got released on consoles. But now we do have the Dreamcast Atomic Wave ports, and you can play this on the Dreamcast now if you have like a GDEMU or a mode or something like that. You can play this on the Dreamcast now, so you know, at some point I'd love to check out how it plays on the Dreamcast. This is probably copyrighted too, but honestly, right now I don't care. Hokuto no Ken has one of the most awesome intros ever. Ah, man, I love that intro.
Hokuto no Ken.
Just the song alone is amazing. I mean, that's got some soul to it, you know what I mean? I think I'm gonna pick a character that I've never played before, and I don't even know the moveset for. Who is this guy? I have no idea who this guy is, so we're gonna try some rounds with this dude. This guy. Oh, I know who this guy is. I just forgot his name.
The time of retribution. Battle 1. Decide the destiny. Win, Sauza. Battle 2. Decide the destiny. 天に輝く天帝はこの聖帝サウザーの称声なのだ。Win, Sauza.
Alright, so I need to figure out my fatality moves with this guy. Now this guy, Ray, he's got a really different fighting style than anybody else in the game. Very acrobatic type of character. And he can throw you off guard pretty easily.
The time of retribution. Battle 1. Decide the destiny.
Well, that was a cheap Shoryuken at the very end of it, but I won.
Battle 2. Decide the destiny.
Look at this list here so I can see what these fatal moves are. That was one. His are kind of intricate, the way that you have to put in the button commands. Probably the most complicated command list set that I've seen of any other character in this game, actually.
3, 2, 1, 0.
Alright, so he won that time.
Lose. Final battle. Decide the destiny.
But Ray beat me that time. And I kind of figured he would. Because he's a hard character to beat.
Souza versus Ray. 果たしてこの俺を倒すことができるかな。そんなに早く死にたいか。The time of retribution. Battle 1. Decide the destiny. Escape. 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 KO なんと政権をもってしてもこの手 Battle 2 Decide the destiny ここまでだ愛などいらん愛などいらんここまでだ断固そうしたそれ断固そうした帰りバカここまでだバカ終わりがいいこびるサワスケ終わりがいい KO Final battle Decide the destiny サワスケなんとそうだサワスケ制圧全式サワスケサワスケシカンサワスケ帰れここまでだバカ愛などいらん行くぞサワスケ帰りバカどこを見ているサワスケ覚悟構えはないサワスケ終わりがいいかかってくるがいい終わりがいいすまらんサワスケすまらんねなんと政権をもってしてもこの帝王を倒すことはできん
This guy's hard to get used to, man. His special moves, like they're hard to pull off big time. Gonna fight Sheen now.
俺は帝王貴様らとは全てが違うよかろう殺してやる The time of retribution Battle 1 Decide the destiny 飛行終わりがいいサワスケ北斗剣サワスケサワスケ
Alright, that was pretty close.
Battle 2.
Sheen was getting a little massage before his fight with you. Yes, he was.
Win, Sauza. Final battle. Decide the destiny.
God dang. I don't know how I did that move on him, but that was awesome. I love his block. That dude's block, he just stands there like open. Like he looks like he's open when he's blocking. Like, you can't touch me. Alright, so Shin beat my ass again. That's alright, because I just need to play more with this character. And see, you know, when it comes to playing games, I feel like I rarely ever do anything the easy way, because I already know all of Kenshiro's moveset and some of the other characters as well, but I wanted to choose somebody else that I'd never played before. So here we are.
Retribution. Battle 1. Decide the destiny.
I'm gonna check this real quick. Dude, his moves are so crazy. Like the inputs you have to do. He's got a ton of fatal moves though, like a lot of them.
Battle 2. Decide the destiny. なんと千秋流撃、なんと悪破弾。制圧戦士様にふさわしい死に方が用意してある。
He laughed too. Good. Glad you got a laugh about that.
制圧前進、ここまでだ。僕と体の中に俺の技を導くはできない。俺にはふさわしく。
Ah, barely got
me. Lose.
Why do I do this to myself? You know, stream fighting games where I don't even know what the character's moves are. Just get my ass kicked. Maybe I just like getting my ass kicked on camera. I don't know. We'll pick somebody else just because I'm doing so bad. Oh well. This is another character I don't know very well, but my time ran out, so that's what I'm stuck with. I'm stuck with Toki now. So now I'm going to have to figure out his moves.
Mr. Hart.
Yeah, Mr. Hart's a fat ass and he's gonna swallow me whole and all that, yeah. He's even got the heart symbol tattooed on his face. Yeah. Real scary.
The time of retribution. Battle 1. Decide the destiny.
You'd have to have some power to knock that fat bastard up in the air. You know? I think Toki has a lot of defensive moves, what it appears to be. Mark says, Mr. Hart looks like a human version of Boo from Dragon Ball Z. Yeah, he kind of does. With a mustache too. He's kind of got that, what's that character, not Raditz, but the guy that's always with him, he's got that kind of mustache. Check his move list. That's the first time I've ever seen that move from Mr. Hart. Never seen his fatal attack before, so that's pretty cool. Super Boo says Nappa. Yeah, that's him. That's him. I couldn't think of his name. He's like Boo and Nappa put together. But the only thing Nappa adds is the mustache. Alright. want to pick Kenshiro because that's main character and the person I actually know his moves. Oh god, and it's gonna pit me to get Mamiya first match.
The time of retribution.
He's just trying to kill me.
One. Decide the destiny.
You know, Mamiya is probably my favorite character in this entire game because when you're playing as her and she wins, it shows this fucking house burning down. And every time, I don't know why it's so exciting for me, but I have to say, yeah, burn the fucking house down. Like, it's just awesome.
Win, Kenshiro.
I think here in a couple minutes I'm going to change to Mamiya and show you guys that because I love it, man. Probably my favorite thing in the game I've found so far. Ah, my fucking special attack missed. You gotta be right up on him too. That's what sucks about it.
Final battle.
I almost had the Shakuretsu Ken on her. Oh, she got me like she usually does. Guys, one more time.
Kenshiro. The time of retribution. Battle 1. Decide the destiny. 将
Got me again.
Battle 2. Decide the destiny.
Kicking my ass.
Lose.
Like she does. One more round against Mamiya.
Kenshiro versus Mamiya. The time of retribution. Battle 1. Decide the destiny.
I don't know why she's so hard to beat with Kenshiro.
Decide the destiny.
Some characters you can like really beat this chick easily with. I think that what's so hard about it is you have to be so close to her for a lot of these attacks to connect with Kenshiro. He's got me. Alright. Well, I guess tonight I'm just gonna get my ass kicked at this game, so we're going to switch over to the next one. And what we're playing next is Nights into Dreams. Yeah, and like Kenshiro, he has some of the most awesome like fatal attacks in the whole game, but it's just really hard to execute them. For me, just because of the way that the D-pad on the PlayStation controller is, it's kind of hard to do it. Alright guys, so we're going to play some Nights into Dreams. Like I said before, this is something I've been wanting to play for years. I would like to, check out the Saturn version too, because I know that's originally, the system that it came out for. But I'm still happy to have the PlayStation 2 version, and we'll check this out for a while. But before I do that, I will take a break for another couple minutes, and I do need to grab another beer. So I'm gonna turn on some music for you guys, and I'll be back in a couple minutes. Alright guys, I'm back. Thank you for waiting. And I'm feeling the burn after playing those fighting games for a couple hours. So I'm ready to thumb wrestle. I used to make that joke at work a lot of times, like if a new system came out or something, you know. I remember my last job I had. I'll switch over to this screen while I'm talking. But anyways, my last job that I had, we drove these turret truck things, and so we were picking like pallets, you know, out of these racks and stuff that were like 70 feet up in the air, putting them on like a conveyor belt and stuff like that. So, anyways, we had radios, you know, that people could, you know, communicate if you got stuck up there, if something went wrong with your machine, you had to get somebody to let you down or something, you know. So the Switch was coming out, and I had already pre-ordered it, and I knew exactly what day it was coming out, so I went ahead and scheduled a week vacation, you know, to take off whenever the Switch came out. And so I was working. It was like the last day of work. It was like a Friday, you know. And they had overtime over the weekend. So the boss comes on the intercom. Or on the radios, and he's talking to everybody. And he says, you know, we've got overtime tomorrow and all this stuff, you know, and who's going to sign up for it? And I didn't say anything. So I just kept on working, you know. Well, the boss knew that most of the time, you know, I'd sign up for overtime and I'd come in the next day, you know. And so he didn't hear me say anything. And I'm going and running them pallets back and forth, you know. And all of a sudden I hear him say, where's Ethan at? Ain't he going to work overtime? Because he knows I usually do, you know. And I'm like, no, I'm taking a vacation. I said, I'm getting the new Nintendo tomorrow, and I'm going to have thumbs of steel by the time I come back, and I'll thumb wrestle any one of you. And man, they was all laughing, dude, over the intercom, you know, or over the radios that we had, you know, because we was the only ones that could hear all that shit, you know. And they was all laughing about that shit. I was like, I'll thumb wrestle any one of you when I come back. I'll have thumbs of steel after this week. But that was a good time, man. That's the only time in my life that I probably ever got a console day one, you know, and got to take a week off, you know, at the same time. So it was awesome, you know. I just definitely a good memory, man. I might not ever have anything like that ever happen to me again, you know, but definitely a fond memory to look back on. And you know, I've still got my Switch. I've got the day one Switch, which I'd like to have the revision with the better battery, but I don't play it in handheld mode that much, so I can't really complain. You know, there's a lot of rumors right now of a Switch Pro. Well, that's been a rumor forever, but now they're saying that people are data mining and all this stuff, and pointing to a Switch that can do more things, you know, possibly 4K support and all that stuff. And you know, if we get another Switch, I'll definitely pick it up. You know, the next upgraded version of the Switch, you know, the Switch has definitely been my favorite system this whole generation. And you know, it's definitely become the home of indie games and shoot 'em up games, you know. So that's my kind of console, because I do play some, you know, AAA games, but most of them are first party Nintendo games. You know, I don't play a lot of the first person shooters and stuff like that. I would like to get into some of the Doom games that have came out recently and stuff like that, but you know, since I already have a PS4 and Xbox One, I'd probably play it on there or PC. But you know, the Switch has been my favorite console this whole generation, and even right now, I'm really not that interested in the PS5 and the Xbox Series X. Um, you know, I think I'm gonna stick with the setup that I have, because 9 times out of 10, I'm playing retro stuff, you know? So I don't really see any reason to upgrade right now. But, you know, hopefully we'll have some awesome new Nintendo games this year. You know, hopefully we'll see there's rumors about a new F-Zero, and I'm going to hold my breath on that. But if we do get a new F-Zero, I'm definitely getting that day one. I've been waiting for a new one forever. Probably my favorite racing game of all time. F-Zero X and F-Zero GX are just absolutely amazing. I actually don't own either one of those right now. I ended up having to sell my N64 and all my games last year because I needed money. So I still need to get an N64 again and that game. And I haven't owned F-Zero GX since I was a teenager. So definitely want to play that one again, and I want to stream it too. So as soon as I can get those games, I'll definitely be streaming them. And if we get a new one, I'm going to be all over it. So hopefully we'll see a Metroid Prime 4, and you know, I know we have No More Heroes 3 coming. I'm really excited for that one. So, you know, I can't wait for see what Nintendo has in store this year. As far as, you know, the PS5 and the Xbox, we have some ideas of games that are going to come out next year, but we don't know what games they haven't revealed yet that might come out next year. But to be honest with you, I feel like Nintendo probably has more up their sleeves than either one of those companies for this next year. I think we're going to see probably a lot more, you know, better first party games for the Switch than we will, you know, the PS5 and the new Xbox. So I'm banking on this year being an awesome year for Nintendo, like the last several years have ever since the Switch launched. So definitely looking forward to that. Mark Smith says Nintendo needs to get off their butts and make that happen for F-Zero. Yeah, they definitely do, man. I can't believe it's been this long, you know, since we've got an F-Zero game. I mean, when did that come out? Like 2004 or something like that? Might have been even earlier. And we haven't had one ever since then. And we've got a ton of Wipeout games since then, but honestly, I don't really care for Wipeout. Every time I play it, I feel like I'm steering a boat, you know. I've got, you know, the newest ones on the PS4, and it looks amazing, but, you know, they're still fun games, but it's not F-Zero. It's definitely not F-Zero at all. And yes, F-Zero X or F-Zero GX has shot up in value. Pretty much any GameCube game, anything that people want on the GameCube, it's went up quite a bit. Mark says the drawback to Nintendo doing well is that they begin to overlook some of the games in their back catalog people want to play again. Yeah, that makes sense, and really I could see that for probably any company doing that, you know. Ringfit Master says, I'm so desperate for F-Zero, I would be fine if Nintendo just remastered F-Zero GX with online multiplayer. Yeah, I wouldn't be opposed to that at all. If we could get something like that, that'd probably be a weekly stream for me, honestly. If they came out with something like that and it ran well and the online play was good, and we could connect with friends and maybe even have a lobby for, you know, all the viewers here of the channel to be able to join in. I'd love to be able to do that. You know, like one night a week, do a stream and just have you guys join in and play some type of online game like that. That'd be so awesome. But I know I've mentioned this before. We're getting very close to 100 subscribers, and I know that's going to come up pretty soon. So I've talked about this before, but when that happens, I am going to start my own Discord for this channel, and we're going to have a bunch of custom emotes, stuff like that. There's going to be like a YouTube membership, where you can, pay a few bucks a month and, have access to custom emotes and stuff like that. I haven't really considered Patreon yet or anything, because I don't think I would really need a Patreon or anything like that, unless I felt it was worthy of making a Patreon, for you guys to be able to, pay a little bit of money per month and get something back in return. I don't want to make a Patreon just for the sake of having one, So, for 100 subscribers, we're getting a Discord, we're getting the emotes, and honestly, I'm probably going to be doing some giveaways too, as well. So, keep an eye out for that. I'll definitely announce it in some of my streams, if we're doing a giveaway. And I still have to figure out all that whole thing, because I've never done it before, but I'm sure it can't be that hard. I'll use a random number generator or something like that and figure out, who the winner is. It couldn't be too hard, so we'll figure it out. But there's a lot of things coming in the future, and I'm really excited for that. I'm really excited for this year and where it's going to take us on this channel, because I only started, about 4 months ago? Maybe 5 months ago, and I've been mostly doing streams. There's going to be a lot more edited videos coming up. If you all got to see the KidShoryuken game unboxing video that I did earlier, I feel like that's probably one of my best videos so far. Still learning the programs and trying to get more into, advanced stuff to make really, really good stuff, As an artist, I'm my own worst critic. So, I don't want to release something if it's not ready, or if it's not up to my standards as well, because you guys that are watching, that all comes back to you guys. So it's like, if it's not good enough for me, then it's not good enough for me to put out, for you guys to watch. You know what I mean? So I want everything to be high quality and be good enough, And Greenfin Master says, did you guys know Nintendo never made a widescreen game for the GameCube? Isn't that weird? That is weird. That actually is weird, because I know that some OG Xbox games and a lot of PS2 games have a widescreen mode as well. That's very interesting. They never did that. I never knew that myself. And he also says, I can't wait for your Discord, and I get banned for being too excited before it even happens. Nah, you won't get banned, man. You're a good friend of mine, and you've supported the channel a lot. So I definitely appreciate you. But we are going to get into some Nights into Dreams, and like I said earlier, I've been wanting to play this forever. And it's not the Saturn version, but hopefully it's just as good. So we're going to get into it and play some Nights into Dreams. And Mellow Wolf is here. What's up, man? Good to have you here. Sonic Team. That's the game there, for you guys that didn't get to see it earlier. Back of it. For real though, like this is kind of an epic moment for me because I've never been able to play this game and I've always wanted to. I always thought it had such a distinct art style, you know. Brand new dream, Sega Saturn dream. So I believe there's a Sega Saturn mode on this. Probably another mode, maybe like a upscaled or remastered mode or something like that. I'm not really sure. I'm gonna go to the Sega Saturn part first. We'll see what happens. You can choose characters too, Elliot or Claris. Super Boo's back. Spring Valley, the ideal. What is that? I have no idea what I'm doing, but I'm gonna do my best. Bonus time start. What happened there? That looks like Metroids or something. I have no idea what I'm doing, but this is an awesome game. So I guess when it's bonus time, you gotta get back over to this thing before time runs out. Oh wow, looks like we got a boss battle here. Oh, we got a lot of comments. I'm gonna read through y'all's comments for a second before we take on this boss. Mark Smith says, trying to get some work done, but distracted by video games. Yeah, man. It's a problem for all gamers, I would imagine. Greenfit Master says, I have mixed emotions about Nintendo releasing a GameCube HDMI console. I would have loved that over the Wii. However, I don't think Nintendo would have had a chance against the PS3 or the 360 head on. Mark Smith says the damn Wii should have been that console. Another example of Nintendo not being able to get out of their own way. I do kind of agree there, because if you think about it, you know, I don't know. Look at the launch model of the 360. It didn't actually have an HDMI out. The best it had was component. Um, so releasing like not too long after that, it could have been kind of the standard, but I can't remember how much were Wii's back then. I think were they $200? I think. So I mean, for back then, if we're thinking like 10 years ago, with the technology it had in it, it was basically a souped up GameCube, for $200 with redesigned controllers, with motion controls and all that stuff. I mean, I'd still say Nintendo did a pretty good job, because that's still one of their best selling consoles of all time. But I agree, though. I mean, that with the Wii, they could have done a lot more with it, but I think at the time they wanted to make it more cost effective than anything else. Which is actually why I'm playing this on, a CRT right now. I play my Wii and GameCube games on a CRT. Yep, Mark, you're definitely right about that. The Wii was DVD capable, but Nintendo deactivated the function. It's easily reactivated by modding the console. Yes, it is. It is very easy to do that. I have homebrew software on mine. I haven't looked into that yet, because I've got so many PlayStation 2s. If I want to use that for a DVD player, I can do that. But it can be done. Ring Fit Master says if Nintendo just used regular DVDs, it would have done far better. I still think the PS2 would have won, but the GameCube would have been a much better success. Yeah, I mean, at the same time, though, I mean, if you look at the GameCube, and not through nostalgia vision, but if you're looking at it at the time when it came out, like having those little mini discs and everything, like to me, the GameCube, what it was doing, it was almost like, man, this is like the future, you know? Like, what are we gonna have with the next Nintendo? Like, nobody has these little mini discs like this, The only time I'd ever seen them was from a couple different, like, PC demos and, like, PC magazines and stuff like that would have, a little tiny mini disc in there. I think, I guess at the end of the day, the best thing I could say is that it was a product of its time. This is a great analogy. So Mark Smith says Nintendo makes good decisions coupled with head scratching ones all in the same mix. Yes, they do. And that's exactly what makes them Nintendo. You know? Yeah, I do think the GameCube could have been marketed better. All right, scrolling down a little bit now. Mark said fly that gem back to the little crystal house. I'll probably already passed that part. Now you have the cat fight. Ring Fit Master says we have a problem. Mark Smith doesn't like the GameCube controller. Well, that's okay. Hey, I'm one of the few that like the Dreamcast controller. Most people hate that thing, from what I gather online, and I'm one of the very, very few that like the Duke controller on the original Xbox. So I like really weird controllers, and then there's some that I don't like as well. But I know that's a joke, Mackenzie. I understand. If Nintendo has proven anything, it's that their expertise is their IPs tied to fun experiences. They also decided to finally take a gamble in releasing something unheard of in a hybrid console, hence the Switch's popularity. You know, I think it's so funny about the Switch because the place I used to work at, anybody that was into video games, that weren't, for one thing, that weren't into retro games at all, they were just into the newer stuff that was coming out. You know, they were the kind of guys that were buying Xbox Ones day one, you know, the big one that's like this friggin' big, you know, that you'd have to have a whole shelf to put it on. You know, they were the ones going out and buying that stuff. And most of them were Xbox guys. So imagine me trying to talk to them about the Wii U and the Switch and all that stuff. They didn't care nothing about it. And so, not only that, but everything that I saw in that workplace, of everything they were saying about everything, and everything that I was seeing online, it was kind of ridiculous, you know, because they were basically judging everything based on half truth crap that they've heard from somebody else, from this guy, from that guy, and he knows this person, and that's what they said. That's the kind of shit that they were basing everything off of. So I remember, you know, I'm not gonna say, hey, I had a Wii U and I bought it probably halfway through its life cycle. But by the time I bought one, it had a bunch of amazing games on it. So I bought a Wii U actually before I bought a PS4 or an Xbox One, and I don't regret it. I mean, some of my favorite games are on the Wii U, especially Xenoblade Chronicles X. That's one of my favorite games of all time. Um, and even that game in itself got a lot of flack as well. But I remember talking to people in my workplace, you know, even about that one game in particular, because when that came out, Fallout was coming out right at the same time, Fallout 4, and so they were all playing that, and they all kept asking me, "Hey, did you get Fallout? Did you get Fallout?" And I'm like, "No, I didn't get Fallout. I got Xenoblade Chronicles X." And they're like, "You're talking about that Wii U game?" Yeah. So here's the thing that you probably don't know about that is Xenoblade Chronicles X is bigger than Fallout 4, The Witcher 3, and The Elder Scrolls Skyrim combined. So, what do you have to say about that? You know, all these people that didn't even know anything about the console, they don't have it. They're just seeing everybody else online saying, "Oh, it sucks. Don't get it," and not really getting down to the facts of anything, you know. So I just thought it was funny. Every time they'd ask me, "Do you play? Are you playing Fallout?" No, I'm playing Xenoblade Chronicles X, and it's 3 times bigger than your game, and it's a lot better. I hope by me saying that shit it sparked their curiosity. But that's kind of aside the point. We were talking about the Switch, so that was kind of leading up to the Switch, you know. So everybody kept saying, "Oh, well, it's just a tablet. It's just a tablet." I'm like, "Did you not? Have you not watched the reveal trailers? Have you not seen like?" What are you listening to? Are you looking at negative YouTube comments and believing what those are saying? Because it seems like your outlook isn't very informed. Because everybody kept saying it's just a tablet. Well, it might be a tablet, but it's a proprietary tablet that only runs game software. Up until, what was it, this year? Or not this year, because it's the beginning of the year, but last year, we just now got like Netflix and Hulu and all that crap on there, which who cares? Because if you already have a Switch, you know, then you have to have other smart devices. You probably have to have a smartphone or a TV or hell even a computer that you could watch any of that crap on. You know, out of all the devices I have, the last thing in the world I want to watch Netflix on would be the Nintendo Switch. And that's a smart marketing move that Nintendo made was, you know, when the Switch first came out, it was only first party stuff. You know, first party apps and first party games, you know, that were basically coming out for it, besides a few indie games. And, you know, we had Bomberman R and some other stuff like that. But it was very smart what they did because it sort of combated that mentality as, oh, it's just a tablet. No, it's not. It's a dedicated gaming device. It's not meant to be like your phone. It doesn't run on Android. It doesn't run on Apple. You know, and I remember having these arguments with people, you know, where I used to work because they were so fucking misinformed that they didn't even understand, you know, what the difference was between anything. I mean, it was just kind of ridiculous. It's like, sure, go play your Xbox. I don't even own one, and I don't even care. You know, I got one once I got tired of my Wii U because I'd already played all the games I wanted to play on it. Then I started thinking, okay, maybe I should branch out into something else. And the Xbox One S was on sale, so I got that. And then it was like 2 months, not even. It wasn't even. It was like 2 weeks later on my next paycheck, I got a PS4. So I'm like, okay, I'm gonna see what Xbox exclusives there are, and I'm gonna see what PlayStation exclusives there are, and you know, kind of catch up on the stuff I missed out on. But honestly, like I don't regret buying a Wii U when I did because by the time I bought one, it had already been out for 3 or 4 years, you know, and there was a lot of good games on it, so I can't complain. But it was just funny people's reaction to the Switch. Oh, it's not going to do good. It's just a tablet. It's not going to go anywhere. You know, who would buy that? Basically, is all you heard. You know, and then, oh well, they've only got one game coming out for it at launch. Yeah, but it's the biggest fucking Zelda game you could ever imagine. It's probably one of the biggest open world games of all time. You know. It's like, so that's a hell of a launch title. You know, look at the 3DS. Look at some of these other, you know, launch titles that have came out for other consoles. You know, I mean, they could do a whole lot worse than Breath of the Wild. You know, plus we had some awesome indie games. We had Snipper Clips. We had Blaster Master Zero, which is an amazing game, which has a second one now. I think they're supposed to be coming out with a physical version of that. But those are awesome. If you haven't checked those out, those are some amazing games. But you know, I'm not really trying to be like a Nintendo fanboy or whatever, but it's just like when you're in an environment, and I'm not even talking about online, but just like everybody you know is so negative about one company, it's like, come on. You know, they all make mistakes. None of them are perfect. And really, I think Nintendo's done a better job overall than any of the other companies. I mean, look at their first party games. They're coming out with amazing stuff, you know? You can't really say that for Xbox, can you? Because they haven't had hardly any fucking exclusives in years, you know? Like, what have they had? Gears? Gears 4, Gears 5, Halo Infinite. Um, you know, it's not that I'm against Xbox. I've got an Xbox One X right here, and it was the most powerful console of the last generation. And it runs Cyberpunk, damn it. Not well, but it runs it. So that's the best I'm going to get with playing Cyberpunk for right now, for a couple years, anyways. So, you know, I don't have anything against all these other systems. I've been kind of ranting for a while, but I guess I just kind of wanted to tell my stories, you know, about the Wii U and leading up to the Switch and afterwards and all that stuff. Look at the Switch sales numbers. I mean, they're killing it. They're killing it so bad right now, and they need to. You know, I hope that Nintendo stays in that hybrid console market because that's what they need to do. You know, they before the Switch even came out, they had already merged their internal departments like the handheld division and the console division. You know, the people that were working on 3DS games and the people that were working on Wii U games or console games, they merged that all together. So now you have, you know, people that are releasing games on the same platform, and it's probably double the amount of people. So you got this whole big team, you know, that are now finally able to work on first party games. Monolith Soft is one of my favorite developers out there, which is now owned by Nintendo, which made the Xenoblade games, and they even helped on Zelda Breath of the Wild. You know, so I mean, for Japanese gaming, I think Nintendo's where it's at. I mean, look at where Sony's going right now. I mean, it's not selling worth a damn in Japan, and you want to know why? This is one reason why right here. So we've been playing import games all night from Japan. So here's my controller. And you see the square button here? Or I mean the circle button? You know, in America that's usually the back button. And the X button is the select button. Well, in Japan it's not, it's the opposite. So your circle button is your select button, and the X button is to go back. So, with the PlayStation 5, they changed that after all these years. And you know, a lot of Japanese culture, they don't like change at all. So they changed the damn buttons, and the Japanese were furious. Change my goddamn buttons, you motherfucker. That's basically what it boils down to. Now, me being an American, you know, playing these games, I don't mind. I forget every now and then, you know, and hit the wrong buttons when I'm playing import games after a while. But, you know, I don't think any of the newer consoles is gonna do too great in Japan. I think the Switch is gonna be, you know, the biggest seller for a long time to come. Depending on what content comes out, you know, like if they come out with some very, you know, Japanese culture heavy games on the PlayStation 5 or the Xbox, which Xbox has been dead there forever. I mean, Xbox has never been popular in Japan. You know, there's no way that they can rekindle that market. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't think they're going to. But the funny thing is that with the 360, all the awesome shooters, all the physical versions of these awesome shoot 'em up games were coming out on the 360, and so that's still somewhat of a mystery to me. Maybe because it just ran better on the 360 than the PS3, or developers knew that it would run better or something like that. I don't know for sure, but I'm just speculating. That could be why. But if you look at Microsoft and you look at Xbox, they don't really have anything that's, geared towards Japanese user base. They really don't. I mean, and the PlayStation Vita was huge in Japan before the Switch came along, and so now the Switch has basically taken over that whole entire market. Now you see a lot of the Falcon games, a lot of the Japanese developed games come over to the Switch exclusively sometimes, and Nintendo's pretty much dominated the market, and I think they're going to continue to do so. I don't think that Sony or Microsoft is going to be able to do anything to turn that around in this generation. And the Switch has already been out for what, 3 years? Since what, 2017? Almost 4 years, actually. It'll be 4 years in March that the Switch has been out. So when we have another revision of that, a new revision of the Switch, and the same awesome games coming to it, it's going to sell like crazy. It has to. I mean, that's the only logical explanation. The Switch is going to dominate in Japan, and it's going to dominate here too. I guarantee you, mark my words, after the slowdown of the initial launch of the Xbox Series S and X and the PlayStation 5, the demand for those consoles are probably going to go down fairly quickly. But it's very possible in a year, couple years, it'll pick back up when they have, a lot more games to offer on it. So I could definitely see that happen. But the Switch has won, man. The Switch has already won. I guarantee you the Switch is going to beat the Wii lifetime sales probably within the next year, if it hasn't already, because I haven't really even kept up with it, with the numbers in a few months anyways. But I wouldn't have it any other way, because the Switch is getting everything. The Switch is getting the best indie games, the best shoot 'em up games that aren't coming out on anything except sometimes on PC. We're getting a ton of stuff that these other platforms just aren't getting. And plus we're getting even the third-party developers doubling down, to bring their ports over to the Switch as well. So it's like, it's a no-brainer, man. Switch is where it's at. I say this all the time, but if I had to get rid of all my stuff and only keep like a couple of things, as far as modern stuff, it'd be the Switch. I'd get rid of my PlayStation 4. I'd get rid of my Xbox One X, because I barely even turn them on to begin with. I barely even play them. So I definitely keep my Switch. As far as older stuff, I love all my retro stuff that I've gotten here lately, but it would have to be the PC Engine and the Sega Saturn. I'd have to keep them. I love them too much to let them go. Famicom, Super Famicom, all that stuff, I love it too. But the collection that I have right now, if I had to let everything go, I'd keep my PC Engine and I'd keep my Saturn. So, but this channel is always going to be retro focused. We might play some new stuff here and there, but it's not going to be very often. It's mostly going to be retro inspired, and that's the way I want to keep it. And I think you guys that watch this channel are more of retro gamers anyways. I mean, I keep up with all the new stuff as well. I'm just not really as interested in it as going back and finding old retro games that I never heard of before, never had a chance to play before, and that's what I enjoy so much about it is, especially the import collecting part of it. There's so many games we didn't get in America, and it's just so awesome to go back and look at everything that we didn't get before. Because when I started learning Japanese a couple years ago, it was about 5 months after that, 4 or 5 months, and I was, deciding on what I wanted to do. I knew I wanted a Japanese only console, but I didn't know what it was. So I scoured eBay and all these other websites, just trying to research what was out there, even YouTube. I stumbled across the PC Engine, which I really didn't know a damn thing about, honestly, at that time. I didn't even know that that's what, you know, its Japanese counterpart to the TurboGrafx 16 was. Um, and I barely even knew anything about the TurboGrafx at that time. So I'm so glad that, I started learning all this stuff and really delving deep into it because otherwise I never would have known about it, you know? Um, but anyways, the first one that I chose, I got the Saturn because, of course, it's a cheaper console to get into. The system's a whole lot cheaper than a PC Engine. Um, and I got a handful of games for it. I got a Saturn and probably about 5 or 6 games for it to start out with, and I've absolutely loved it ever since then. And then I got my PC Engine Duo in March of this year, and I absolutely love it. Those two systems are, my favorite systems that I own, and so gonna keep collecting for them and keep on, streaming games for you guys because, you know, this is, the kind of channel I want to have. I don't really want to stream new stuff. If it is, it's probably going to be like retro inspired games, indie games, and shoot 'em ups, for the most part. I would like to play some type of stuff, like maybe some Yoshi games and, some other type of stuff. We may even play, at some point some newer games completely in Japanese, which I've talked about that before, that, before February, when Persona 5 Strikers comes out here in the West, I may just do a full playthrough of the Japanese version. I probably should have started on that a long time ago, but of course I will put a spoiler alert to, anybody that's new to the channel or doesn't want to watch it. There'll be a spoiler alert because anything that I understand in Japanese, I'm going to tell you guys what it means. And try to give you an overall gist of what the story is. I don't understand everything because I'm not fluent yet. But 2 years in, I'm still doing pretty good, and I can understand, quite a bit of stuff. So, let me know what you guys think. I know I've asked this before a couple of times, but I just want to get, some reactions. What do you guys think about doing a series kind of like I've been doing with Paper Mario: The Thousand Year Door and Captain Rainbow? What do you guys think about doing a full playthrough of Persona 5 Strikers before it even comes out in the West next month? Because we have time to probably do at least 4 or 5 streams, maybe even more than that, before that time comes. So there's a chance we could, possibly even beat the game before it comes out in the West, and then all you cool guys that are watching this channel can say, "Hey, I've seen the entire game before it even came out here in America." you know, I actually imported that. I got it right before I got my PC Engine, actually, because it came out in February of this year, and I got it like right before I got my PC Engine. And I got the collector's edition as well. It's up there at the top of my shelf up there. So it's an amazing game. We'll have to check it out. I might double dip on that possibly if we get a cool collector's edition with different items, stuff like that in it that the Japanese treasure box didn't come out with, then I might actually double dip on that one. But I'm thinking, since I already own it for the Switch, if I double dipped, then maybe I would just go for the PS4 version instead, because I know that it has better load times and a little bit better graphics in some areas, but not really by much, honestly, because I've watched a lot of comparison videos and it's kind of minimal in a lot of ways. It definitely has better lighting effects on the PlayStation 4 and just a little bit better graphics, but not very much. The loading times are definitely better on PlayStation though. So I've been yakking a lot. I'm gonna take a sip of beer, and I've got two sitting in front of me that I need to start drinking, and my mouth's getting a little bit dry. So give me just a second because I'm gonna finish this, and then I'm gonna read y'all's comments. And at and at some point, uh, we'll beat this boss on nights if I can ever shut up. But seriously though, I'm extremely happy to be playing this right now. Like I said before I started playing it, it was almost like an epic moment, for me to even be playing this game because I've been waiting so damn long to play it, and it's running really awesome on the PlayStation 2. I want to play the original though. I do want the Saturn version, and I want to play Christmas nights. And when I finally do get those, I'll probably make that a Christmas tradition to play Christmas nights. All right, so I'm gonna read some of you guys' comments. I'm gonna have to scroll up a little bit. I've been running my mouth for too long. And we got Scruffy looking RGB here, man. Thank you for coming by. And I know Scruffy's in Japan as well, and he's making a ton of awesome videos, picking up import games. And I really enjoy his content. Makes a lot of awesome stuff. Ah, this is a very good point. Mark Smith says the idea of the Switch with the small apartments the Japanese have, coupled with Nintendo's entire game library and availability of games with content people want, is hurting the traditional mindset. Yeah, you know, I've never been to Japan. I want to go so bad I can't stand it. I've been learning Japanese a couple of years, but from my knowledge, what I've read on the internet, um, there is a lot of small apartments, you know, and a lot of people don't really have a lot of room, you know. So I can imagine, living there, it would be very hard to have a game collection at all unless you're single. Well, if you're living in an apartment, in a one bedroom apartment, that's almost would equate to like what a studio apartment in America would be. Like you only have like one room. That's it. It's basically like your living room is your bedroom, and you have like a small kitchen, to cook on, and then that's in a bathroom, and that's it. That's kind of like a studio apartment. So it's like I could definitely see, you know, with the space and everything, it being a hybrid console. Um, I think that would probably be the best thing. I think a lot of Japanese people would gravitate towards that just because of that and a lot of other factors. Like people in Japan, they have faith in because it's a Japanese based company. And I definitely get what you're saying, you know. Garfield looking RGB says, "It's the weekend. Life is good." Yes, sir. It definitely is. I'm having the time of my life right now talking to you guys, streaming games, and talking about games, and talking about all this stuff about Japan, and I can't get enough of it. And I'm having a beer at the same time, so it can't go wrong with that. Mark Smith says, "I don't even own a Switch yet, and I still bought Super Mario 3D All Stars." That's the what do they call it? The FOMO, fear of missing out. But it's not really that. It's just, oh, Nintendo's putting a limited run on this, and they're only going to make it until March of 2021 or whatever it is. I can't even remember. Um, they had to have been doing that to boost sales, you know. But a lot of other people did the same thing, though. Mark, um, you know, bought that game. Even Jim, in his videos where he goes to hard off, like he went to hard off like a week or two after um, that game released, and there was a ton of them on the shelf. Like everybody has already been like trading them in, like they didn't want it anymore, and they were just all over the place there. So I thought it was kind of funny because you know it's almost like an artificial supply and demand type of thing they're trying to do. You know, sort of like a limited run type of games. I think that's exactly the ploy that they were trying to do with that. Um, but hey, you know, I've bought games for systems personally that I did not own currently. It's not a bad thing, man. Once you get that system, you'll have some games for it. You know, that's the important thing. Um, Same thing with, you know, some of these systems I have right here, you know. Um, Super Boost says, "I've had motion sickness from a couple games before, but the one I remember getting it from the worst was Duke Nukem 3D on the N64. I'm trying to think if I've ever gotten motion sickness from a game. I probably have, and I just can't remember. But I've never tried VR before, and I have a strong feeling, excuse me, that if I do play something in VR, that I'll probably get motion sickness. So I'm kind of anticipating that if I ever do get VR set up." Mark Smith says, "It has just beaten the NES, however, has not broken 100 million yet." Yeah, I think if I'm not mistaken, I know didn't the Wii? I think it sold like 112 million, or maybe I'm wrong about that, about the exact number, but I know it was over 100. It was over 100 million, and I'm sure this year it's going to surpass that because the Wii was Nintendo's best-selling console, which also goes back to what we were talking about before about the HDMI and all that other stuff. They released it at what, $200, and you had the PlayStation 5, you know, that had come out afterwards, and it was like what, 700, $600 or $700 when it came out, and you had the 360, which was still like $500, you know, and I think they made the right move at the time. You know, it's kind of like, I feel like at that time they had to use very strategic strategies in order to compete in the market with Microsoft and Sony. But look at last generation. Now, yeah, in most people's mind, the Wii U was a joke, and it was a flop. I'm not going to lie, it was a flop. But the reason it was a flop is because third parties did not support it. If they would have got the third party support that Sony and Microsoft were getting, it probably would have done pretty well. you know, but it didn't. And it's forever deemed a failed console. And I've said way before the Switch ever came out, the Wii U is going to end up being like the Sega Saturn, especially the North American Sega Saturn, where every fucking game is like extremely expensive and you can't afford it. It's going to be just like that. It's going to be so expensive. Uh, it's just going to be a niche thing if anybody ever wants to collect that. But Super Boo says, I've never played an OG Xbox before, so I don't know if the games on there would do it to me or not. I think he's referring to the motion sickness. Scruffy looking RGB says, PC Engine, hell yeah. He's talking about when I was talking about that a minute ago. If I had to get rid of all my stuff, and keep some of it, I would keep the PC Engine and the Saturn. Mark Smith says, I saw Joe from GameSack mention on Twitter that he played the original Halo on his Xbox Series X and felt a little bit of motion sickness. He said that he said it was the only game he experienced that on. That's very interesting. If he never had any issues before, with playing it on the original system, very interesting. I gotta scroll down again. Y'all have been talking forever. As I've been talking, and going on and on and on. Scruffy looking RGB says, "Thank you for the thoughtful comments, man. You're welcome, man. You're putting out good content. I've enjoyed every bit of it. I watch your videos quite a bit when you're out game hunting in Akihabara or wherever you're at. Whatever prefecture you're in at the time. I really enjoy them, man. And I really enjoy the challenge videos too, where it's like the you know 10,000 yen challenge and stuff like that. I really like that. Very good." Mark Smith says, I truly like Japanese culture to the point that I actually knew that and had never been there before. Yeah, it's I think I might have missed a comment from earlier, Mark, but I do see what you're saying though. I've always been extremely interested in Japanese culture, and that's actually what led me to studying Japanese myself. And I don't mean to sound like a broken record, guys. I really don't, because I feel like on almost every one of my streams, if I start talking about this stuff, I just say the same thing over and over again. So I don't want you to think that I'm just like going off on a rant or whatever. Um, but when I started learning Japanese, this is literally how it happened. Okay. So my birthday is September 4th. And 2 years ago, on September 6th, one day, I was off that day. I woke up, it was Labor Day weekend. And I've been sitting there for a little while, and just thinking about stuff. I wasn't really talking to anybody on the phone or doing anything. I was just thinking about stuff. And I thought about it and I said, as long as I've been like so interested in Japanese culture and I've been wanting to learn Japanese for so long, why haven't I started to do it yet? You know? And from that day on, that's the day that I started learning Japanese. Because I just said, you know what? I've been wanting to do this for so many years. Why have I not done it yet? And I started doing it. From that day, you know, I found some resources. and I started learning the hiragana and the katakana. It took me 2 weeks to master those, and then from there, it was just on from there, like to really, really learning the language, But I didn't stop, and I loved it. I just, you know, I said I was going to do it, and I did it, you know, and that's what I need to do in a lot of other aspects of my life as well. That I realize now, in hindsight, I need to do I apply the same willpower and everything into everything else in my life, you know. But I really do love Japanese culture. That's why I started learning it in the first place. It wasn't to start, playing these games in Japanese. It wasn't to watch anime or anything like that, because even at the time I wasn't even watching any anime or anything. It's like it was just a genuine interest in the culture itself and wanting to, travel there one day. Um, Basically was my inspiration for doing it, and it still is, you know. But at the same time, now I have, the enjoyment of playing all these import games and playing stuff that we never got over here and stuff like that. So there has been a lot of benefits to it. But at the end of the day, it's more about the culture. I want to talk to Japanese people. When finally am able to go to Japan, I want to talk to people on the street. I want to have a conversation with them. It's just something that I really want to do. And what's funny is I was never a language person growing up. I took German in high school. The only classes they offered to us was like Spanish and German, and I picked German just because it was kind of different. And I worked a I worked a part-time job, almost a full-time job during then. So German class was always the one that I slept in, and I didn't learn hardly anything. I barely remember anything. But somehow I still passed the class. I guess maybe my teacher liked me or something. But never was a language person till then. That one day, when I got up that day, and all of a sudden the realization hit me, I've been into this stuff for so long. Why have I waited so long to start learning this? And that's what prompted me to do it. And I've gained so much from it, and I encourage other people to do it, And I'm not just talking about Japanese. I mean, if you wake up one day and you have a strong feeling towards something, hey, why haven't I started learning this yet? Dude, just do it. I mean, tools are on the internet. I mean, the internet's your best friend nowadays. You can find anything you want to find on there. You can learn anything you want to learn. It might take you some research and some time, to find the best resources to learn from, but it is there, and that's what's so awesome about it. Even right now, I'm trying to better myself in graphic design and art and video editing and a lot of other different avenues, you know, and we have so many options nowadays that it's definitely possible. I mean, it's there. It's there for us to be able to consume this information and take it all in and learn it, you know? And it's very awesome because I can't say that it's anything that we couldn't have done before, in history. Mark G is here. Hey, Mark. I know you from the KidShoryuken Discord. Thank you for coming by, man. It's morning for you there. You're in the Netherlands, right? I think you're in the Netherlands or somewhere around there. Mark Smith says, "I love Mario games. I love them too." Superboo says, FOMO is a popular marketing ploy these days. Yes, it is. It definitely is. Red 711 dropped by to say hi. Thank you so much, man. I've seen you in the Saramaru Discord. I've talked to you actually quite a few times in there. Thank you so much for coming by. Mark Smith says, that name Hardoff kills me every time I hear it. You're such a nice guy, Mark. But in your mind, you think the same way I do. Mark says the Wii sold 101 million. Okay, so I was wrong about that. I said what, 112 or something? It was 101 million. Okay. Mark G says, I think the Switch will only surpass the Wii if Nintendo releases that much spoken off, not confirmed, a 4K upgraded system. It's possible. I mean, but at the same time, if you look at the momentum that they have right now, like their sales numbers have not slowed down whatsoever. I would bet money on it that if they never released a Switch revision like until the next Switch, like the Switch 2, like a few years from now, I would almost bet you that their sales numbers would still be insanely high. And people would still be buying the software as well. Mark G says this year is 70 million units. Mark Smith says the reference to small apartments. Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. I remember the previous comment about that. Sorry about that. Superboo says, pretty sure there will be a revision, at least of the Switch, but it might be more focused on 60 frames per second over resolutions. It's so hard to say. It's really so hard to say right now how they're going to do that, because I do see what you're saying, but it's like we have to look at the business side of things as far as the chip that they're going to be using and what kind of hardware that they're looking at to be able to produce and still be profitable, for the company, and something that they can still release at an affordable price for consumers. Um, we know it's not going to be the newest Tegra chip. It's not going to be. There's no way, because they're revising that quite often. Coming out with new versions. So I think the next Switch, if they do it, it's probably not even it. It'll be a step up from the original, but I don't think it's going to be like an insane type of leap, forward. It's not going to be, just a crazy leap from like down here to like way up here in performance. There's no way, because the way Nintendo are doing it, they have to make things from a profitable standpoint, but also, make things affordable to customers. So if they put the newest Tegra chip in it and the newest hardware in it, it'd be too expensive. They'd be charging people $500 and $600, just like the PS5 and Xbox Series X, for a Switch, and most people wouldn't pay that price for that. You know, so I don't really know how they're going to do that. I mean, but I see what you're saying as far as the frame rates. Like, will they have resolution modes, sort of like on the Xbox and the PlayStation, even the PlayStation 4? Some games, even like Neo, has performance mode and like a graphics mode where it runs in like checkerboard 4K, and then the performance mode is like 60 frames per second. I mean, I think they could do that. It's very possible that they could do that. But here's the thing, how are they going to do that with a hybrid system? Is it going to be built into the console itself, or is it going to be a part of the dock? Because there were rumors even 2 and 3 years ago about them coming out with like a more powerful dock that could be like a supplemental computing device, you know, with another processor or whatever inside the dock itself that would make it run in 4K and stuff like that. I don't think it would be a smart idea for them to do that. I think everything that they have needs to be inside that tablet, which I'm loosely saying because I hate it when people call it a tablet. But it is a tablet, but it's proprietary. And it's made for video games, it's not made for being really anything else. So, it's very possible we'll see a 4K Switch. I just, I question how they're going to do it. I question how they're going to do it with the technology that's available to them. I know they have contracts with NVIDIA. They're not going to AMD anytime soon, like they used to, because Nintendo used to exclusively use AMD. They've got a contract with NVIDIA now, and they've been trying to, have NVIDIA work with them to make these custom chips, just like the one in the Switches now, the Tegra X1 chip. But like I said, though, we're not going to get the newest hardware, unless they wanted to release a device that's like between $500 and $1,000. There's no way in hell they're going to, have the newest stuff in there to be able to compete with the graphics and the power of, the PS5 and the Xbox One X. There's no way. I mean, there's just no way they can do it. So, but at the same time, I don't think we need that, though. I mean, think about it this way. So, a lot of people don't really understand how 4K works. But if you have a small screen that's about this big, about as big as a Switch, are you really going to be able to tell the difference? Are you really going to be able to tell the difference? Because even with a 4K screen, like I'm looking at right now, it has my live chat on it. I sit too close to it. So even when I'm watching 4K content, I'm not seeing all the details in it because I'm sitting like 3 feet away from it. You have to be sitting far back from it, depending on the size of the screen. And, if it really is 4K and not checkerboard 4K, you have to be so far away from it for your eyes to even be able to detect that higher resolution. Some people can't tell the difference at all. So, here's my theory. If they come out with a more powerful Switch, I could care less if it has 4K or not. Now, if they come out with a Switch that they could care less about 4K, but they're going to do the higher resolution, games, even if it's just in 960p, which some games are, like Breath of the Wild, or 1080p, or who knows, maybe we could see even a higher resolution like 1440p at 60 frames per second. I think that would be very, very, very sufficient because a lot of people that are getting Switches are playing them in handheld mode. So, I mean, you don't really need 4K for that. I mean, there's so many things they could do. Like, I'm actually having fun talking about this now because there's so many possibilities and what they could actually do with this system, when they do come out with another revision, or if it's going to be the Switch 2, which we don't really know yet. We have no idea, what's going to happen with that. But I'm really excited to see any kind of hardware revision or the next iteration in the Switch, because it's going to sell like crazy. I mean, Nintendo's on the right track, and they need that momentum, and they need those console sales coming in so that they can put that money back into first party development. and even second party development. I'm extremely excited to see what Monolith Soft has up their sleeve because they have been working on their own exclusive IP for a while now, for 2 or 3 years now. So it's supposed to be an RPG in a fantasy setting. It's not going to be a Xenoblade game, but Monolith Soft is working on their own RPG that hopefully we'll get a reveal of soon. You know, we and especially if you think about it, it's a hybrid console. You can play it on the TV. You can play it in handheld mode. A lot of people are playing it in handheld mode. I would say probably at least half of the owners of the Switch are playing it in handheld mode. So you don't really need 4K, right? I would rather have better performance than 4K. So it's going to be very interesting to see how they tackle this issue. I'm sure they've got all their big wigs and all their directors and all their programmers and all their producers and everybody in meetings all the time. Hey, what are we going to do with this? What are we going to do with that? What do you think about this? What do you think about that? You know, and they're going to work it out. And it's going to be great for the consumers because when it comes out, I think it'll be ready. You know, they're going to have to come out with something between now and when the PlayStation 6 and the whatever the hell they name the new Xbox after this one. God only knows what that's going to be called. So they're going to have to come out with something between now and then. Whether it's going to be a 4K system, I have no idea. But at the same time, I don't think we need it, though. I really don't think we need it. Or what if they had two separate things? Okay, what if they had an upgraded Switch itself, but what if they had like different packages, like a Switch that was capable of 4K? Maybe some of the technology is in the dock itself that makes it capable of that. What if they had like a hybrid type of Switch that had that type of technology, but was more expensive, and that was like the premium package, you know what I mean? And then what if they had like an upgraded Switch, that was, meant more for like performance mode, like 60 frames per second, at least 1080p, that would be great too, and it's very possible that they could do that. But the way Nintendo is, we never know what's up their sleeves because I know for sure they have more up their sleeves than Sony or Microsoft ever thought about having. And you can look at their history and see that for yourselves. I've been jacking my jaws for a little bit. But I'm ready to drink some beer. And I'm sorry if I'm ranting, but I'm actually having fun talking to you guys about this, I'm glad you guys brought this up. I think it's a very healthy conversation about the newer consoles. Greenfit Master says, I hope the Switch 2 is PS4 Pro or Xbox One X specs. I don't know. I mean, looking at it from a hybrid system, like if they stick with the hybrid system, because see, we don't know if they're going to do that. What if they come out with a really powerful Switch, and what if they come out with like an insanely powerful home console? Like, we don't know yet. But to be completely honest with you, though, if I had, like, my intuition is telling me Nintendo has found the best form factor for their market, which is a hybrid system. No more 3DS and Wii U, two different divisions. I think Nintendo wants to stick with the hybrid strategy of a console. I don't think we're going to see like an insanely powerful Nintendo system. If we do, it's going to be probably in the next generation. But even people are speculating now, like, what's the point? You know, I mean, if you have an insanely powerful PC, why would you even want a console in the first place? You know, because some of these computers, or I mean, I'm sorry, some of these consoles are like so powerful. It's like, why wouldn't you just have a computer? You know, I don't think Nintendo is going to follow that, especially with their track record. They have intentionally stayed underpowered, cut costs, and in my opinion, cut the hardware costs in order to put more money into game development and R&D and PR and stuff like that, and actually market the damn console. You know, even if you go back to the GameCube, okay, the GameCube, well, I don't know. The GameCube was actually more powerful than the other systems. A lot of people don't know that. But the Wii was basically like a supercharged GameCube, and at the same time, it was nowhere near as powerful as the Xbox 360 or the PlayStation 3. And then we have the Wii U, which they claim the Wii U is actually more powerful than the Xbox 360. But if you look at the quality of the ports on it, I'm going to give you an example, like Ninja Gaiden 3, it looks like crap. The PS3 version looks better than the Wii version. But it's because of the quality of the ports. It's not because of the power of the system itself. So Nintendo has stayed underpowered, try to keep the cost down, try to give customers more of a value. And will they do that the next time? Well, we don't know yet. But, I mean, really, you know, as far as, when the Switch came out, I mean, it was $300. I think it was well worth $300 when it came out. You know, I still do. I think it's worth $300 right now. I mean, if it was me, even if I had a choice about it, if somebody gave me $300 right now and said you can put that towards whatever console you want, I'd probably just get another Switch with better battery life. I wouldn't even worry about the PlayStation 5 or whatever. We'll have to see. You know, here's what's crazy, because the tech that's involved in both of those consoles is pretty insane anyways. So it's like, when are we actually going to see a price drop on both of those consoles, you know, to where they're like 400, 300 or whatever, you know? I think they're taking a pretty heavy loss, Microsoft and Sony, for selling both of those at 500 apiece. You know, I know Microsoft had to have been taking a loss when they come out with the Xbox One X at 500, because even at that time you couldn't find, there's no way in hell you could build a computer that could run the stuff the Xbox One X would, you know, for $500. There was no way. I mean, you can now possibly. and here's the crazy thing, is they're saying that the Xbox Series X is more powerful. Or I mean, I'm sorry. These fucking Xbox names are killing me. The Xbox Series S is more powerful than the Xbox One X. And it released at what? $300? That's pretty crazy, isn't it? But that comes down to the cost of technology, the cost of these boards, the cost of these processors and these chips that are coming out. You know, it's like it's just kind of crazy how fast technology is advancing. Even if you look at the Switch, I mean, it's micro technology. You know, I mean, this is like mobile chips that we're talking about. You know, they're being able to run even these big AAA games, even if it might not be in 60 frames per second, if it might not be in 4K, it's a mobile processor and an older one at that. I mean, this processor, you know, the X1 chip that's in the Switch is like 5 years old at this point, you know? And I mean, for it to be able to run, it's even running fucking Crisis. You know, Crisis, the game that broke fucking everybody's computer that nobody could run it, just like Cyberpunk is doing right now. You know? It's kind of funny to look at it because it's like they even have Crisis on there now. It might not be the best version of it, but I think it's pretty damn impressive that they even have Crisis running on the Switch at all. You know, it's just kind of funny, really. It's like I remember in the 360 days, some of my coworkers, I didn't actually have the game, but a guy I worked with did, and he said, "Hey man, we were talking about games, you know," and I'm like, "Yeah, I just got this one, and I don't really like it that much, you know, or I think it's okay, but I'd rather have something else." He's like, "Well, I got Crisis, or it was Crisis 2 actually." And he's like, I got Crisis 2. You want to trade for a little while, for like a couple weeks or a month, and then trade back? I'm like, yeah, man. So, and he's telling me all about it, you know, like how the computers can't even handle it, you know, and it actually ran pretty decently on the Xbox 360. You know, it was pretty well optimized from what I could tell at the time. I was pretty impressed. Um, Now, I wouldn't say that the Switch version is as good as the 360 version, but it's still pretty damn impressive. If they could get that game running on ARM's mobile architecture, that's pretty fucking amazing. You know? I mean, just think about, you know, the popularity of the Switch. Okay. The more and more developers and third parties that they bring into this circle. Okay. They're going to learn more how to optimize games for this system. Honestly, you know, you hear all these rumors, oh, we're going to have a new Switch this year. We're going to have a new revision. There's going to be a Switch Pro and all this stuff. We might. I don't know. I'm not saying it's not going to happen. But at the same time, it's like, do we really need one? And you know damn well, Nintendo's not going to spend all that money on doing that if it's not really needed. And they're going to do it at, you know, if they come out with another Switch or a revision or a Switch Pro, it's going to be at a very strategic time, you know? They're going to unleash that shit, you know, right at the best time, you know, to where it's going to make the most money and make the most impact. You know, now Nintendo makes stupid decisions sometimes, just like any other company, and you know, I'll be the first one to admit it. But they've got it figured out pretty well. I mean, they've handled it very well after the demise of the Wii U and the birth of the Nintendo Switch. Um, Everybody that I knew said, "Oh, the Switch is gonna fail. It's gonna be a piece of shit. It's only got one launch game. It, you know, it's just a tablet." Yeah, well, all them fucking people that said all that bullshit about the Switch, guess what? They went out and bought one, didn't they? They're sitting at home doing this right now, playing that motherfucker, ain't they? So it's kind of funny, you know, because I already knew that it was going to be successful. I didn't need all them people to tell me this is what's going to happen because I could already see what was going to happen. You know? And I'll buy the next one too if they ever come out with one. But guys, I do apologize to you. You know, I've been running my mouth and just kind of going off on a rant for a very long time now. I've been probably talking for an hour. It's like 3 o'clock in the morning almost here. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a break for a quick second. I'm going to go grab a couple more beers. And, when I come back, we're going to play a little bit more nights. And probably not too long. We'll probably stream about another 30 minutes or an hour or something. But I'll be back in a few minutes. And we'll play some more nights and talk about some more video game marketing, I guess you could call it. So, everybody that's still here, thank you so much for your support. And I'll be back in just a couple minutes, guys. Alright, guys, I'm back. Thank you so much for waiting. And I'm going to read some of y'all's comments here as I crack open another beer, as you know I'm going to. So, I know I've talked about a lot of stuff tonight, and I just kind of want to ask you guys. I know this might be a stupid question, but, you know, sometimes when I really get on a topic, I don't want to stop talking about it. I want to address everything and kind of put all my thoughts out there, you know? And if you guys enjoy it, then I want to keep doing it, because look at YouTubers like, you know, Bithead 1000, you know? When I first started watching him, you know, I thought, well, he rants a lot, but as I watched him and kept watching him and kept watching his videos, I was like, dude, this fucking guy is awesome. And I have to set aside some time during the week to keep up with his videos, but I love him to death, man. He's an awesome fucking person. And all the shit he rants, I don't even care at this point what the hell he rants about. It's funny. It's fun to listen to, you know. And if you guys want to see me just making videos of me sitting here talking about whatever I want to talk about, that might be a good thing to do. But also, you guys talking to me in the chat sort of helped perpetuate that conversation and give me the inspiration to keep on talking about it. You know what I mean? So that's what I love about streaming is I love talking to you guys. Whether we're playing games or not, I just love talking to you guys. And I'm glad that you guys are entertained enough to even keep on sitting here and watching me, But I'm going to take a sip of beer and I'm going to read y'all's comments. I might have to scroll up just a little bit. I've missed some. I think I've missed quite a bit of them. I'm going to read them as fast as I can without stumbling over my words. So, Mark Smith says, mentioning that Nintendo has things up their sleeves is where I begin to cringe with flashbacks to their head-scratching past decisions. Yeah, well, it's kind of 50-50, I guess, It could be a really fucking crazy idea that they have going on, and it could be a really good idea. We don't know yet. But that's the excitement, though, is, you see these directs coming out, and you see the reactions of people online, and they're just like, what the fuck is this? Or, damn, this is amazing. It's usually either one or the other. There's not really much of a gray area there most of the time. So, Nintendo does put out some bad games here and there, and bad ideas and some bad marketing strategies, just like any other business. But I think some of it is part of the excitement of just seeing what they're going to do next. You know what I mean? Because at some point something good's going to come out of it, you know? Super Boo says, yeah, better battery life will be pretty good for the Switch. Yeah. I wish I had the better battery life one, but like I said, I don't really use mine in handheld mode very often. And if I do, 2 or 3 hours is enough for me, to be honest. Mark Smith says, I will always curse Microsoft for their current naming scheme. It's terrible and inexcusable. Yeah, it is terrible. I've tripped over that plenty of times tonight, trying to even say the names of the consoles. And you'd think it would get easier after a while, but it really doesn't. Think about those people at like IGN and like all those like news type of channels, they probably have to do so many fucking retakes it ain't even funny, Well, it is funny, but Mark G says to Mark Smith, they definitely need a kick in the teeth for their naming. Yep. Kick him in the teeth. Super Boo says the Xbox Series consoles is what I call the newest ones. Yeah, the Series, yeah. Ringfit Master says, I'm sorry if this sounds childish, but I hope Nintendo's next console is a powerhouse. I like teasing people in good fun. My console is more powerful than another. It makes it fun. Well, nothing wrong with that, man. it could happen. We don't know yet. Especially with Nintendo. They're the most unpredictable probably kind of company out of all of them with the type of stuff that they have up their sleeve. You know, because like I said, half of it's probably going to come out one way and then half of it's going to come out the other way. But at the end of the day, we're going to get something good out of it. Uh, Super Boo says, of course, if they continue to call every console they make from here on Xbox Series, whatever, that'll be even worse. Oh my God. Yeah, I hope they don't do that. But who knows, man? The Xbox brand might be dead before the next console generation, anyways, because I think I remember seeing something a few months ago saying that like this could be like the last Xbox generation in the first place because you know if they make anything more powerful, it might as well be a PC. You know, um, so we'll see. We really don't know at this point. Um, this is kind of a time, you know, for game in the gaming industry where it's getting very difficult. You know, it's getting very even if you think about the marketing strategies like okay, if they come out with a console that's just as powerful as the computer that you've already built yourself at home, what's the incentive of buying it? You know? I mean, there's so many factors now that we're kind of running into because it's not like, you know, these games that we've been playing tonight on the PlayStation 2, you know, we're like almost 20 years past that, you know? And the leap in technology has been so great that we don't really know what's going to happen. A lot of it, I would imagine, is going to be the marketing strategy for all of these companies. You know, to be able to succeed, is a lot of it's probably going to go into the marketing. Um, Ringfit Master says one thing I hope for is Nintendo needs to improve their online multiplayer servers and get rid of friend codes and support native voice chat and all that stuff. Yeah, dude, they've been needing to do that for years. I mean, it's kind of ridiculous that they haven't done it this far because, you know, you almost have to be in your own private Discord server plus have all of your friends list in there and notify people when you're playing and all this stuff because there's other YouTubers that, excuse me, play Smash Brothers and stuff like that and Mario Kart with their subscribers, you know, and they have to have all this other stuff set up just to even get to the point to where a game will work, you know, and even then there's still issues with it. So, yeah, they definitely need to make it better. I agree. Yep, and Mark Smith, that's another great point that he brings up. I feel Nintendo's approach hasn't been about power since the GameCube. I feel they attempt to use current tech powerful enough to be able to achieve their goal, but keep the cost down. Exactly, and I would say the same thing that you said. You know, after the GameCube, basically meaning starting with the Wii. That's basically how it's been. You know, scroll down a little bit here. Mark Smith says another head scratcher is their friend codes. Did you ever hear why they did that? If not, you'll laugh. I don't think I did, but I think maybe. Well, I'm not even going to say because I don't know. So, no, I don't know that one. But Mark says that I'll laugh about it if I know the reason. So now I'm curious to know the reason because I love a good laugh. So, Ring Fit Master says, I agree. I find it very fascinating that Nintendo, back in their golden days, tried to make cutting edge consoles. However, their portable consoles like Game Boy were a totally different philosophy. Yeah, I mean, even if you look at like the Game Boy compared to the Game Gear or the Turbo Graphics like the Turbo Express, I mean, it was like night and day. Um, yeah, I agree. I have to agree all the way around with you. And Ring Fit Master says, why did Nintendo use friend codes? I'm curious. Super Boo says, it's cool. Chatting is fun. I'd rather be in a stream where the streamer chats a lot with the audience than one where the streamer ignores the audience. Thank you so much, man. That means so much to me. And I know that, sometimes when I'm heavily focused on playing a game, I don't talk a whole lot. But this is the kind of part I like. I mean, I haven't even been playing in like an hour or so just because I've been talking, so much about different topics, and this is what I like. I like talking to you guys, and that's what I want my streams to be about. Play some games and talk to you guys and just have a good night. Have a good time, and have fun talking about this stuff. Ring Fit Master says I can't wait to rewatch the stream in the future and see how much we talked about tonight, especially when you read this comment. Well, I read it just now. That timestamp is at 3 hours and 9 minutes. So if you ever need it to go back to in the future, that's where the timestamp is. Mark Smith says there are two. The first was a high probability of duplicate screen names. When this happens, multiple re-entries are acquired. Alright, so that was about the friend code thing. That's kind of a ridiculous way to get out of the duplicate screen names, though. Seems like they went the opposite of the way anybody else would to handle that. Kind of odd. Mark Smith says the second was it's possible to guess someone else's screen name by trying different variations of their actual name. That's true. I mean, maybe that could be because I know that they had some things happen with the DSi, um, like predators, like child predators and stuff like that. And that could be a reason why they did that, possibly. I would imagine that's probably the biggest reason why. Because there was even shit like on the news, like you can look it up on YouTube where like some fucking child molester or something was like trying to chat with this little kid on a DS or whatever and trying to get him to meet him and stuff. So that's probably what some of that boils down to, I would imagine. Um, but still, they could have went about it a different way. I mean, there's so many modern ways of dealing with that. I mean, even if you look at damn near any website out there, um, when you sign up to make an account, if the damn account's already made, like if somebody else has that name, then you can't put it in again. You have to choose something different. Just like making an email. So I don't understand why Nintendo went that way with it. Um, I can understand probably some of the reasons behind it, but at the same time, it's a very, very flawed system that they went with. Screw the Nets here. He says, There he is. Yes, sir. I'm here right now, drinking a beer and talking to all you fine folks. Mark Smith says, I do enjoy a good chat as well. I'm with you there. Engagement from the person streaming is important. I'm engaging right now. Thank you. Mark G says, please keep talking about this stuff. That's what having shared passions is all about. Might not be everybody's cup of tea, but there's already enough audience pleasers out there. That's a very true statement, Mark G. And thank you for saying that, because that kind of puts things, into perspective as well. You know, and that's the thing. I don't want this channel to be like other people's channels. Like, I don't even care how big this channel gets, because all you awesome people that already support me, that's enough for me. You know, I mean, I just, want to come here and I want you guys to feel comfortable talking about whatever you want to. Of course, if there's anything like really bad that y'all are saying, y'all are probably going to get timed out or banned or something like that. But, I mean, as far as opinions go, dude, I don't have any problems of anything like that. I'm happy to come in here and talk to you guys and talking about video games, talking about the industry, talking about anything, really, I mean, it's just it's a lot of fun, man, and it's something I kind of wish I would have started doing a long time before now, you know, but honestly, without the influence of some other YouTubers and people I've talked to, I wouldn't be even doing this right now, you know. Um, and I've probably said this before, but KidShoryuken, he's been a very big inspiration to me. Um, I've been watching his channel for many years, you know, and when I started watching his channel, I had no social media whatsoever for a lot of personal reasons. And I won't really get into all that right now. But I talked to Jim about it. I'd been talking to him for a while. I joined his game box and, the Discord and the Patreon and all that stuff. And I've been talking to him for a while. And then he put out the video of, basically like why so many gamers out there haven't started their own channel. Excuse me, been drinking a lot of beer, I'm sorry. But when I watched that video, it really made me think, it really made me think, like, what have I got to lose? Like, all this stuff that was in my head that I was thinking about really didn't even fucking matter, And it's like, I wish I would have started doing it so long ago, before now. And, he's been a big influence on me, man. I hope I can meet him one day, and I hope I can buy him a damn beer one day because he deserves one for everything that he's doing for the retro community. And, being able to even send all these game boxes out to people, he started this when the pandemic, right before, like, it was literally like a week before all this shit happened, and he found a way to pull through. He found a way to, do it. And from what he said, people were patient with him, to get these boxes sent out to him and stuff. And I just really appreciate the hell out of him, man. What he's doing, all the time he's putting into the stuff, into his videos, into game hunting for other people. All the time he's spending writing handwritten custom forms on every fucking package that he's sending out. I really appreciate it, man, because he's putting a hell of a lot of effort into it, you know? And that's the kind of YouTubers I support, man. Like, you know, he's a real dude. Um, and you know, if I could ever, do something that awesome, I definitely, would want to do it. I don't live in Japan. You know, hopefully, maybe one day I will. But I just think it's awesome what he's doing. You know, I'm gonna read some of y'all's comments again. Screw the Net says he's feeling a little bit sick. Hope you feel better, brother. Greenfit Master says, I started capturing gameplay of some GameCube games. Spoiler alert, it's me making fun of Nintendo during the GameCube games. Still lots to do. Well, Mackenzie, I know you've been talking about this for a while. About, making your own videos and everything. And I'm excited to see them. So, as soon as you put out a video, please let me know. I'll retweet it. I'll let everybody that I know to retweet it, and we'll try to get as many people watching as possible, man. I'm excited for it. So let me know as soon as you got that video ready. Mark Smith says, think about all the moms and dads that bought their children the incorrect Xbox console this past Christmas and paid the same money as the new ones. It is funny. It's very funny because even people in my own family, not this year, but last year, or well, I take that back. It did happen this year too. I didn't realize it till now, but it happened this year too. So, last year, like last Christmas, my cousin bought her two sons. Got one of them a PS4, a base PS4, and the other one an Xbox One all digital edition. And so they needed help setting these fucking consoles up. So I stay over there late on Christmas, trying to help them get it set up. And with the Xbox, I didn't even realize that it was the all digital edition until like we were almost completely done setting everything up on it. And I think I was looking through like the inserts and the paperwork that was in the console, and I looked at it, and they were all in the room with me, and I told her, I said, "We come out here for a minute. I gotta talk to you." I said, this console is digital only, right? Like, what's that mean? Well, you can't go buy games for it. You have to download every fucking thing on it. And so you might be downloading a game that's fucking $60 on the Microsoft store, and you could go into GameStop and get it for $5. I said, look, you probably don't want to do this. I said, but you should send this shit back and tell me you want one with the disk drive in it. Like, well, I've already threw the receipts and the boxes away, and I was like, oh, nothing more I can do here. Oh man, that's terrible, but it happens. It does happen. I've seen it happen before. And with the Xbox Series S and Series X, I'm sure it's going to happen a hell of a lot more than what it did before those consoles came out, because it was already confusing enough. Mark Smith says they'll never kill Xbox, only the console aspect of the brand. Yeah, I agree. I definitely agree. Alucard. That's me. Greenfit Master says to me, in Japan, do you think Japanese gamers are more likely to be playing with rocks on a riverbed to play Xbox? Yes, most likely. Yeah, I think that's pretty accurate, Mackenzie. If I had a cricket noise right now to play, I would have played that right after I said that. Ring Fit Master says, in combination with some adapters, I'm using Elgato HD60S capture card. Awesome, man. How's it working out for you? Let me know in the post here because I have an Avermedia capture card and it's been great. But over the last, I don't know, a couple months, I've had so many weird issues with this capture card that I'm probably going to upgrade it, but I know in a couple months I'm going to build my own computer anyways. I'm going to put an internal capture card in it. Probably the internal, the same card you have, but the internal version uh, for a capture card is like the HD60S 4K or whatever it is, like the 4K Elgato capture card. That's probably what I'll get to put inside of the computer that I'm going to build. And hopefully we'll have some better compatibility with that. Mark Smith says, I feel Nintendo will end up signing a deal with Microsoft like Sony did to use their Azure Cloud streaming tech. Is that, Mark, are you referring to like where, fuck, what do you call it? I'm trying to think of the proper term. Is that the, like the cross-play type of stuff that they were doing? Like say if you play something like Rocket League, you can play with people on the Switch and you can play with people on the PS4 and the Xbox and stuff like that. Um, is that kind of like what that cloud deal went into, as far as that one in particular went? And there's a lot of rumors and a lot of weird stuff, with like Nintendo and Xbox right now as well. Because there's been so many rumors about that, about like Xbox, or I mean Xbox Game Pass coming to Nintendo Switch and stuff like that. And the only way that it could happen is if it was a cloud service. There's no way, um, because like if you think about it, you have to think about it this way. There's like what, 200 games on Game Pass. Most of those games are not available on the Switch. You can't buy them on the eShop, and you can't buy a physical copy. So how else would you play those games? It'd have to be like a cloud service type of thing. Um, Mark Smith says, I use a Cloner Alliance Cloner Box Pro. It's an independent device that connects to a PC. However, I can use it by itself. Okay. So it almost sounds like my capture card, because with my Avermedia card, I can use it without a computer at all. Like if I wanted to play right here on my CRT, I just have to have it connected to power and in PC free mode, which is a switch on the front of it. And if I want to start capturing gameplay at any time, I just hit the big button in the center and it starts recording it. And when I want to stop, I just hit the button again physically and it stops playing it. And that's actually what I love about this capture card. I've just had some compatibility issues here lately, and I think it's more on OBS's end than it is the capture card itself. But I have had some issues with it lately. Capture card talk. I'm gonna skip through it, a lot of it. Greenfit Master says, speaking of engaging with us, make sure sleep with one eye tonight. Felicia might show up to your house, but don't worry too much. She'll probably let you keep the games. That's it's you guys probably don't know about it, but he left a comment on my unboxing video earlier. He said, I ordered all these games to come to my doorstep and they're not here yet. Why did you get them? Basically, it was kind of what he was saying. It was a joke. And I said, what, Felicia ordered Vampire Savior? Because his avatar is Felicia from Vampire Savior. And we've had this ongoing joke about it ever since. Kind of an inside joke, you know? Through the Net says, never be sorry for drinking a lot of beer, at least until the heaving begins. Yeah, I don't really get to that point. I don't drink enough to get to that point. I know my limits, you know. But I drink a hell of a lot, and I can hold down my alcohol. And I need lots more as we speak. Mark Smith says, I have Vampire Savior for the Saturn, as well as the remastered collection for the Xbox 360. That's very interesting, Mark, because I had no idea there was a remastered collection for the 360. I'm going to have to keep an eye out for that. Very, very, very interesting. Mark Smith says, wow. I probably lost the context because I'm just running my mouth at this point and going on and on and on. Greenfit Master says, I tell people always keep your receipts. You never know when you might need one. Man, I save them too much. I've got. Listen to this. You know the gallon freezer bags. You know, you put meat or you put whatever in, you put it in the freezer, and it's like a gallon size. So I would keep my gaming receipts from GameStop or wherever the hell I went to buy a game. I keep all them motherfuckers in a big gallon bag. And I had a bunch of them too, you know, and I just kept them like religiously. Like if I got to take this game back, I got to look through this whole big thing, find them. But hey, it worked out because there was quite a few I did have to return. Ring Fit Master says it works pretty good, but since I'm using adapters, I've had some trouble with a tad of delay on games, especially when I have to use an HDMI to AV adapter. Ring Fit Master, yeah, it sounds like you need either a RetroTink 2X Pro or a OSSC to eliminate that lag. Because if you're using a cheap solution as far as that goes, that's going to give you a lot of lag. That's probably what the problem is. But I know it takes time, you know, to save up for all that equipment. It took me forever to even be able to get the setup that I have right now, and I still need to improve it as well. So in a couple months, I'm going to be building an entire new computer to just to be able to handle streaming in general and game capture and all that other stuff. So, you know, you're going to be starting your channel soon, Mackenzie, and you know, for right now, don't worry about that stuff as much. Just, put out the best videos you can, and I'll definitely be there to support you. And there's going to be a lot of other people there to support you. You know, so that's what I can say for right now. Don't worry about having all the best gear, at the beginning, because it's probably not going to happen. But things are going to get better over time, and eventually you'll upgrade a piece here and there, and your videos will get more and more better. Mark Smith says, "Is it is their streaming infrastructure used for all of Microsoft cloud and streaming based services? It's one of the most advanced in the world." Okay, I remember now. Yeah, what we were talking about earlier. Um, it's possible, man. I mean, like I said, I mean, we've heard a lot of rumors about Nintendo, going to be having Game Pass on the Switch, and the only logical way that I can think how that would even happen is a cloud-based thing. So it's very, very possible. We're also talking about Sony as well. So I think I had a different idea of what that meant earlier, but so you're saying that basically Sony signed a deal with Microsoft about their cloud services like that, and basically we're wondering if Nintendo is going to be doing the same thing. It's very possible. I mean, if you're the leader in the industry as far as a certain program or something like that, it's almost like you don't have a choice but to go to them. And the Xbox brand, in my opinion, I don't really think about it as Xbox anymore. I think about it as exclusively Microsoft. It's what Microsoft is doing, and they have their hands in so many things, besides consoles that even look at Windows itself. I mean, what are the major operating systems of today's time? Everybody would say Windows or Mac, and then for people that are really, really, really smart and into computers, they might use Linux or they might use something else, but most people are using either Windows or Mac, and for a long time, even today, you kind of have to go to Microsoft to even run a computer. So if they have the most advanced cloud services at this time, damn well everybody from all these branches of all these other companies are going to come in, and close in on Microsoft like, hey, we need this. It's very possible. It's very possible that could happen, even with Nintendo, which they even already have, some cloud games on the Nintendo Switch as well. So, we'll see how it turns out. It's very possible that it could happen. And Soromaru's back. He's probably already finished with his stream. I'm sorry I missed it, man. I've been running my mouth and just kind of ranting and talking to everybody in here. I haven't even played a game in probably an hour or two. But been having a lot of fun talking to you guys. So that's what I love. That's why I like streaming. Aside from playing games and stuff, I just like talking to you guys, Mark Smith says, beer is good. Yes, it is. Very good. He says the Darkstalkers Remastered Collection is digital only, but still available on the Xbox Marketplace. Darkstalkers Resurrection. I've checked that out. The next time I turn my 360 on, I'll be looking that up because I don't know if it's on Xbox One, but I'll definitely check it out on the 360 because I do have a 360 here as well. And it's hooked up right now. It's actually up underneath my entertainment center there. Ringfit Master says the delay isn't horrible. It's just enough when you notice it very subtly. Well, that's not too bad then. That's not too bad. Mark Smith says Amazon is Microsoft's competitor in the cloud-based solutions area. There are a few others as well. Yeah, I could see that definitely. Amazon, probably Google. I mean, even Apple with iCloud. Probably some other third-party companies. Through the Net says, not ranting or just chilling with us. This is prime content. I tell you what. Awesome, man. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying it. Because at this point, I'm just drinking beer after beer after beer. Greenfit Master says, I still have to film myself, but I'm excited to film myself pretending to be angry / confused about the GameCube mini DVD. Sounds like a fun video, man. You had talked to me before about some of the plans you had, and I thought it did sound, very planned out. It sounds like you have a very specific, a very specific end result that you want to get out of those videos. So I'm excited to see it, man. I know you've got some scripts and stuff in the work, and I think it'll be very fun, man. Mark Smith says, yeah, Darkstalkers Resurrection is stuck on Xbox 360, no Xbox One support. It costs $14.99, not too bad. Yeah, that's not too bad at all, man. Even with a Radiant Silver Gun and stuff like that, it's funny because you can't download it on the Xbox One or anything like that. But it's like $14.99 on the Xbox 360, and I actually bought an Xbox 360 this year, early, like very very early this year, or maybe it was like November or something of last year. I can't remember. It's been a little over a year ago. Anyways, I bought another 360 mainly to play other shooter games, because I know I've told this story before, but I've always liked shooter games. But hey, when I was growing up, nobody had that type of stuff. The only time I got to play it is if I was in an arcade or in a Pizza Hut or in somewhere that had an arcade machine of like Galaga. That was pretty much it. So that was like my shooter history right there because I didn't have access to anything else. And even when I went to the rental stores, I didn't know anything about any of these games. Like, think about a 5-year-old going into a rental store, kind of like a Blockbuster, just picking out whatever random thing looks good to you at the time. So I didn't really get into the shooter thing until probably a little over a year ago. I've been extremely into shoot 'em ups, ever since I got my Sega Saturn and my PC Engine and realized how many awesome shoot 'em up games that I never even knew about were all in those systems. It was just like, oh my god, man, I can't believe that I've missed out on all this stuff. I just, and I still can't believe it. you know, that I did not know about all this stuff. And even with the Dreamcast, as long as I've owned a Dreamcast, I couldn't tell you how many times I've probably been in a store before they stopped selling Dreamcast games and saw Mars Matrix, Giga Wing 2, like all these other games, and I never picked them up because I didn't know shit about them, you know? And I ended up either, well, probably most of the time, probably just not having the money to buy anything. But when I did have the money, I probably bought something else, you know? And, but that's okay, man. You know, I'm going to keep on collecting, you know, for the Dreamcast and the Saturn, PC Engine and stuff. There's some shooters I'm not even going to touch as far as their price range. Like, I'm not paying $500 for Hyperdual. I'm not paying $1,200 or however much it is for Sapphire. You know, I'm not going to pay that much. But anything reasonable, you know, like $100, $200, if I really have the money to spend, I'll gladly pay that much for it. You know, I mean, there's nothing that I love more than playing on original hardware, and even getting this game box today. You know, I mean, I've got the game sitting right here, you know, like got Nights into Dreams for the PlayStation 2, which I never thought that I would own this version first. I kind of forgot this one even existed. I was going to get the Saturn version, which I will at some point, but we've actually been playing the Saturn version from what I can tell in the Japanese menus on this game anyways, and Arkana Heart, which I played for, fuck, what, 3 hours? Something? And I'm like in love with this game. I mean, there's nothing like getting a real game, putting it into a real system and playing it, especially on a CRT the way that I have it now. And I kind of, in order to be able to do this and stream it at the same time, I did have to sacrifice some things, you know, because I sold my entire amiibo collection and I bought a G-Comp Switch and some other stuff. I'm actually still waiting on Castlemania Games to send me a ton of HD Retrovision cables. I think they've got 3 or 4 on order that I'm supposed to be getting pretty soon. So I literally took the money from the Amiibo collection sale and put it into a G-Comp Switch and a shit ton of HD Retrovision cables. And so, funny story about this is, I was going to have a video about all that stuff, and I still have some footage of it, but I ran into so many problems trying to make that video that I just said, fuck it. Honestly, like, I still have some of the footage, but you guys probably wouldn't even want to see it. It's just so ridiculous. Me trying to get everything together. But my point is, playing real games, retro games, on original hardware, on a good, decent CRT like this, it doesn't have to be a PVM or anything like that. You know, as long as it's got, I mean, even before now, I was using one that had only composite only, well, really, all my life, either RF or composite only. And now I finally have one that has component inputs. And, you know, it was well worth the sacrifice of selling the whole Amiibo collection, and I sold it for $600. But with the eBay fees and all that crap, you know, the shipping, I probably got a little bit over 500. So I spent every bit of that money into getting a G-Comp switch and a ton of HD Retrovision cables, and I don't regret it whatsoever, because all the games that you see me playing, even everything I played tonight, it's plugged up with HD Retrovision component cables, you know, through a RetroTink 2X Pro, and it looks amazing. And I can't express how much I love this setup, and how much the G-Comp switch can do for you if you have a CRT and you want to stream games, because without that device right here mounted behind my wall, I wouldn't be able to play this on a CRT and be able to stream it at the same time. And it's like, it's just so awesome, dude. Like I can't even. I didn't even know this shit was possible until I started looking into all that stuff enough. You know, started looking into RetroRGB.com, all the stuff they had on there, My Life in Gaming, and a bunch of other stuff, and just all the awesome people in the Sorrow crew that have taught me stuff and told me about stuff that I didn't know about before. It's like, this is the kind of stuff I want to talk about, man. It's like, it's kind of hard to get into some of this stuff, unless you have other people that really know about it, because sometimes it can be hard to find all the information you need in order to get, a retro setup like that. And it's just awesome, man. Like, I can't say it enough. Um, I couldn't have found all this stuff on my own. I guess that's what I'm trying to say. you know, and so I have, all the appreciation in the world, for the YouTube channels that educate people about this type of stuff. Even for people in the Sorrow crew that, know about all this stuff, and it's like now I'm starting to get on their level. They know way more than I do, but I'm starting to be, I can have a conversation with them and let them know about, new stuff that's coming out, these crazy type of retro setups, and it's just a lot of fun, man. I mean, hey, I might be nerd, but I don't give a shit, man. It's a hell of a lot of fun, and hey, we got to have people keeping the retro community alive, you know what I mean? And the evolution of what's going to happen in the next few years and the decades beyond that in the retro community. What kind of products are we going to see, in the preservation of all this stuff, So, just really enthusiastic about the whole thing, and if there's anything I could ever do, to add to the retro community or contribute to anything possible, I'm so happy to do it, man. Because I know that if other people wouldn't have done it, I wouldn't know about all the stuff that I know about now, and all these products that we have now to preserve all this retro stuff we wouldn't have now if it wasn't for people that were passionate about it. So that's why I want to support it, and that's why, I know that all you guys that come in here every time and watch my streams, y'all are into retro games, man. And y'all are into the same stuff that I'm into. And, you want to preserve it as well. Hell, y'all probably got way crazier collections than I do. you know? And it's just awesome, man. I've found such a great community in retro gaming, and honestly, though, if it wasn't for KidShoryuken making the video that he did to like why aren't so many people gamers making their own YouTube channels and their own videos and stuff, that really inspired me. But not only that, I talked to Jim personally about it myself. And if it wasn't for that, and if it wasn't for, finding Sorrow Maru's channel and the whole crew of people in the Sorrow crew, I wouldn't be where I'm at right now, man. So I have nothing but appreciation, for everybody there. And I just want to be able to give back to the community, man. That's all I want to do. I know I've been running my mouth for a while, so let's finally switch over to the gameplay screen and beat this Boston Knights here. And it is getting really late, but we're going to keep going for a while because we've kept it going this long. We might as well keep going, you know. And also, I do have some stuff scheduled tomorrow with another YouTuber. I'm not going to really give out all the details right now, but there's going to be a video coming out. It's more of an interview type of video where another awesome YouTuber is going to be interviewing me personally, and we're going to be talking basically just about video games and stuff like that. So that's going to be happening tomorrow. I don't know if the video will go up tomorrow or not, or if we're going to do it live, or how we're going to do it, but it's definitely happening tomorrow. So as soon as we get that finished, I will definitely be posting links everywhere, you know, in the Discords, on Twitter, and everything like that. And just keep an eye out for it because it's going to be a fun video, and hopefully it'll lead to more collaborations in the future. Now, I have no idea what I'm doing. I'm actually really impressed with the graphics and the colors on this though. It looks amazing. -5, so I guess I got hit by it that time. What's a star? Can I go into that star? Seems like I just keep circling around it. I love that music, man. That Sega music. Can't beat it. I have no idea what I'm doing. Listen to that jazz. Yeah. Jazz solo. Oh, you trying to kill me? Yes. I guess I ran out of time there. Mark Smith says you have to headbutt the dragon, I believe, to wound him. I'll have to try that. Oh. Did it just end the game altogether? We played it on Sega Saturn Dream last time. Let's try it on a brand new Dream. See what this is. Ring Fit Master says, do you got your suit ready for the interview tomorrow? If not, take one from the homeless man on the street. Remember the Titans. I probably won't wear a suit even at my own funeral. Damn, I already got hit by something. You know, and this being the first time I've ever played this game, I can't even tell you why this game is so fun. It just is. I don't want to stop playing it. But that's the beauty of it, you know. It's like with these games, you know, you just kind of get lost in it. Really, I don't know what the hell I'm doing right now, but I'm having fun. And you know, if I'm ever able to be a part of, you know, developing a video game or doing anything for a game, whether it's art or music or anything, you know, that's what my question is going to be. What's going to make this game fun? What's going to make this game so fun to the point where you're not even going to think about all the little details of everything? Bonus time. I got something there. I don't know what that item was, but I got something. Oh, I barely made it. I barely made it in there before the time limit was over. I was like 1 second. Oh, what is that about? Dude, like, it's so crazy because I feel like I could play this game forever, like not knowing what the hell I'm doing, but I'd still be satisfied and content with it. Does that sound crazy? Oh. I gotta hurry up. I ain't got much time. There's a bunch of shit around here. I guess they're on different planes that I can't access. Alright, gotta go this way. I think, one thing that's interesting about this game that I haven't really grasped the entire concept of it yet, but it's like the places that it wants you to go, it's kind of like it's on rails. You know, like if you think of an on-rail shooter, it's like, but it's like a 3D camera though. So it's like, even though you see these different rings, see like those over there, I can't get to. So sometimes that, I think that in itself distracts me, because I think that I could, but there's no way for me to control it to be able to actually get there. So that's something that kind of gets me about the game, but not really a big deal though. I mean, especially considering this came out in the 90s. Oh, don't drop me. Oh, I lost all my crap. That's what happens if you run out of time, I guess. I missed it again. It's up here somewhere. It's telling me to go. And it's telling me to go all the way back over here. Finally. Boss time. Again. I'm still like pretty astonished at how these graphics look. headbutting this sumbitch, but goddamn, it ain't probably doing any damage to him. Where'd he go? Oh, maybe that's my damage at the bottom. Well, I beat the first boss. Finally. Man, we got a lot of comments in here. I have to read through those. Save all your progress up to this point. I've missed a ton of comments. I'm sorry about that, guys. Through the Net says, I remember looking at Nights on the Saturn at a Toys R Us back in the 90s, and it made me dizzy. Ours was the first generation to really see 3D, and with my problems, too much was too much. Yeah, I can imagine. I mean, it seems like I vaguely remember the first time I had ever seen like 3D graphics and stuff like that. I think it did kind of mess with me as well. Mark Smith says, this is your first time playing the game. Wow, man, amazing. Mine was in 2019. Awesome, dude. Yeah, you know, it's like, I'm gonna be real with y'all. So, the reason that I have not purchased this game on the Saturn sorry, I was turning the game music down there. The reason that I haven't bought one is because people on eBay are charging way too damn much for like nights and Christmas nights and stuff like that, you know? And I just think it's kind of ridiculous. Like, you'll go online on eBay and like the only bundles that you'll see with both of these games together is like $70-$80, and I'm like, really? You're charging that much for games that are like $5 in Japan? No. So, that's why I've been basically waiting on Jim, Mr. KidShoryuken, to, you know, send me those games, because I know that when he goes to these shops, they're not $40 or $50 or however much they are on eBay, you know. I mean, like, these games are very, very common for the Saturn. So, I do want the Saturn version, you know, at some point in Christmas nights, but I'm extremely happy to have this one, though. And I think there are differences in it in different modes and stuff like that. So it feels to me like it's, you know, worth owning it, even if you have the Saturn version. Yeah, Toys R Us used to be awesome back in the day. I'm reading through your comments here. Sorry about that. We got GT Bickerman here. What's up, man? Glad you can make it. I know it's really late, but I'm glad you can make it. I'm gonna switch back over to the gameplay screen so you can see the shit that I'm watching right now. Probably already missed the screwed up part of it, but I was like, what the fuck am I watching? We're gonna let it play through until it plays again, you know. As I'm reading your comments, and then here in a couple minutes it'll come back up. But Funko Land, yeah, I remember all them places. Babbage's, Funko Land, EB Games, you know. And it's like just like they all went away all of a sudden when I was a kid. Ringfit Master says, I gotta admit, when I first played Nights into Dreams on my Saturn, I didn't like it. I was confused what I was supposed to do, and reading the instruction manual made me even more confused. Yeah, I'd say it probably would. This is my first time playing it, and I'm still kind of confused by it, but at the same time, it's like, it's so fun, and the feeling that it gives me when I'm playing it, it's like, I don't even care about anything else. I just want to play it. GT Bickerman says, when I was a teen, to get to Funko Land, I used to ride the bus to the mall, scale a tall fence, then walk another mile to Funko Land. We even did this in the Minnesota winter with snow drifts and ice. Art Smith says, scale a fence, man, that's dedication. I would have done the same. Yeah, man, honestly, like, the stuff me and some of my friends did when we were younger, it sounds somewhat like that. But we would go to very, very extreme lengths, you know, go wherever we needed to go or accomplish whatever we wanted to do. So, kind of miss those days in some ways. Mark Smith says, Christmas Nights is unlockable on the port you're playing. Awesome! I'm gonna have to keep on playing it and unlock Christmas Nights. Thank you so much for letting me know, Mark, because I'll keep on playing it. Oh, and this is, I guess this is what we were, what I was talking about a little bit ago. The movie here. I don't remember seeing this part of it. This is about the guy character, Elliot. I think that's his name. Dude, that sound was so crazy. Like, I don't even have like a surround sound system, and like that sound sounded like it was like coming from like everywhere around me. I was like, what the hell? Beakerman says, my younger brothers would tag along, and my friend and I would have to catch them as they climbed over the fence. Dude, I remember those days. Being with friends, you know, younger, you know, you had to kind of look after, you know, in situations like that, man. Those were the good days. Refit Master says, we still have Toys R Us here in Canada. Mark Smith says, this game is trippy sometimes. Yeah, it definitely is. GT Biggerman says, we were hardcore back then. Hell yeah, man. Super Boo says, yeah, that was kind of creepy. Yeah, it was, man. Ringfit Master says, I've never been to the places you guys mentioned, like Funko Land. As a Canadian, many game stores I only went to as a kid were EB Games, Blockbuster, Farmers Markets, and Zellers. I miss Zellers. I don't think I've heard of Zellers, but I'm originally from the South, so there's actually a lot of places we didn't get. You know, a lot of different companies that didn't really branch out to the South that much as they did other parts of the U.S. So, I don't know if that's only a Canadian thing or, you know, they were in the U.S. as well. I'm not really sure. Ringfit Master says, here in Canada, Zellers was like Walmart, but even better. Zellers had an actual sit-down restaurant instead of just McDonald's. Well, you can't really beat that, can you? But one thing I do miss from McDonald's, and I don't care what McDonald's it is, any McDonald's, I miss the fucking pizza that they used to have all those years ago when you could go into like a Walmart that had a McDonald's inside of it, or a Target with a McDonald's inside of it, or whatever. Because most of those were the ones that didn't discontinue the damn pizza. And that pizza was actually good. And a lot of people don't even remember that, man. Like, McDonald's used to have pizza. The little pan pizzas, you know? And they were really good. Super Boo says Funko Land was in Tennessee till GameStop bought them out and replaced them. Yeah, they were. They actually were, because I remember, because I grew up in the Johnson City area, and in the Johnson City Mall, they used to have a Funko Land, and they had EB Games and some other stuff like that too, and all that stuff got bought out by GameStop. Infant Master says, I remember when McDonald's had high C juice. I loved those as a kid. Mark Smith says, pizza from McDonald's? Yeah, man. They had good pizza too. GT Bickerman says, I had a pizza cooking mishap today. Almost lost an entire pie. Well, I hope you were able to save the pie, and hope it was still good, man. I want to learn how to make my own pie, honestly, you know, because I'm obsessed with pizza, man. Like, any new pizza place I see, I have to go to it and I have to try it out. But there's always going to be like some place that's the best in the world, you know what I mean? And I kind of I want to learn how to like really make amazing pizza like that at home, you know. Um, Years ago, that was kind of like one of the things I wanted to do with my life was, you know, make an awesome, you know, pizza restaurant. Mark Smith says pizza from McDonald's. I've never heard of that. We never had that in this neck of the woods. Yeah, it's I don't know if it happened. I don't know if it was like countrywide or, you know, which places had it, but even in my area where I grew up, um, it seemed like every McDonald's had it, and then nobody had it anymore, unless you went to like Walmart and you got food from the McDonald's in there, in the Walmart, and they had pizza still. So it's kind of a weird situation. But they actually had damn good pizza. GT Biggerman says, yeah, it was frozen pizza that broke while inserting into the oven. It slid down to the bottom flat part of the oven and I had to fish it out with a spatula. Still cooked up real good. Yeah, man. I eat so many frozen damn pizzas. My mom used to tell me when I was a little boy that I was going to turn into a fucking pizza, basically. So, I know all about that, man. Sometimes it happens, you know. But, man, it's getting really late here. So I think, I'm going to end this stream here in a couple minutes. But I've had a hell of a lot of fun with you guys. You know, talking about everything, talking about video games, talking about the retro gaming community as a whole, talking about the next gen systems and the next gen systems after that, speculation and all this other stuff we've been talking about. And my mind is still going, you know, as to all this other stuff. Screw the Net says, what? McDonald's does pizza? Well, they used to. I don't know if any other ones have it now. But I fondly remember plenty of times when I was a kid, you know, my mom and my grandma taking me to McDonald's for my birthday and, you know, getting a pizza there, a little personal pan pizza. And then years after that, as I was a teenager, the only McDonald's that had it was the one in the mall. So none of the other ones had it. But if you went to, or not the mall, the one in Walmart. So if you went to the one in Walmart, they still had pizzas in there that you could get. But if you went to any other McDonald's, they didn't have them. Rainfit Master says, I once caught spaghetti on fire. Cooking can be very hazardous sometimes. Mark Smith says, to screw the net. That was my same reaction when I heard Alucard mention it. Screw the Net says, never seen that in any state I've been to, or in Mexico or Hawaii. Wow, I must have missed the one McDonald's that did. Why, God? Why did I miss the pizza at McDonald's? Well, Screw the Net says, Targets have been having burgers and pizza since the 80s, though, to compete with Costco, no doubt. Yeah, you know, Target's always had food like that, and I haven't really shopped at Target hardly ever, and like since I was a kid, like probably over the last 20 years, almost 20 years, I haven't really been to a Target at all. So I don't know what they're like now, but I know they used to have restaurants inside, you know, where you could go eat. And when I was a kid, you know, we used to eat in there, you know, at the Target. GT Biggerman says fire sketty. That reminds me of something when I was a kid. Reinfant Master says I'm going to McDonald's and propose to them McOnion rings. Wish me luck, guys. They need onion rings. Well, you know, here's the funny thing. I hate Burger King because all the Burger Kings around me suck so bad. But I love Burger King's onion rings, man. They got it going on. You know, Burger King has damn good onion rings. GT Bickerman says my local Target shut down their diner, and now it's a curbside pickup staging area. Yeah, I can see that happening in this day and time. It's like, with not as many people coming in, why would you need a restaurant? You know, it makes sense. It definitely makes sense. Screw the Net says, and it was good. I don't know why, but I had the sneaking suspicion that Target snuck meth into their food. GT Bickerman says, Burger King does really suck. Dude, Burger King sucks ass, man. It's like, I haven't been to one. I think there's been like 3 times at the most that I've been to one in the last 2 years. And every time I've been to one, it sucked so bad I couldn't stand it. But most of the time, if I go, the only thing I'll order is like a large onion ring and the sauce. And sometimes they can't even get that right. No, you want to know the best place for fast food, you know, like burgers and onion rings and shit? Go to Sonic, man. I'm telling you, man, Sonic's like the best place. And the town that I grew up in Tennessee, we had a Sonic there forever until they shut down. But they didn't shut down until I was probably, I don't know, 19 or 20 or something. But I love Sonic, you know. And some Sonics ain't that good, just like any other fast food chain. You know, you might go to some of them and they just suck bad, but 9 times out of 10, the ones I've been to have been awesome, you know. And as far as onion rings go in fast food, Sonic's got the best onion rings out there. Screw the Net says, see, everything used to be better. It's not just me. A&W is still the best, but even their quality is way less than 20 years ago. You know, I haven't been to an A&W in a long time, but same thing like I was saying about Sonic. You know, we had an A&W in our town too, and it was really good for the most part. And I can imagine it probably ain't as good as what it used to be. GT Bickerman says, I now prefer a Jack in the Crack or Wendy's for a fast burger. I ain't heard of Jack in the Crack, but probably don't have them around here, but I'm curious as hell about them now. And Wendy's actually ain't too bad, you know. Honestly, most of the time, like the places I have in my area, and as late as I get off work and shit, I'll go to Wendy's. I'll get a Baconator or Big Bacon Classic or whatever. And I'd say about 8 times out of 10 I'm satisfied with it. Mark Smith says, man, I miss A&W. We used to have one at our local mall back in the 80s and 90s. Their burgers were the truth, man. They were the truth. Yeah, man. A&W used to be amazing. Greenfit Master says, I hate Taco Bell. Every time I go to Taco Bell, I go to the atmosphere. It seems so depressing. I get what you're saying. GT Biggerman says Ghetto Bell gives me the squirts. You know, some people call it taco hell, and I would agree. Through the Net says, dude, you already know. Grew up with that more than McDonald's. I had them both since infancy, but A-Dubs was fire. Never had better fast food burger. I don't know about A-Dubs, but that sounds pretty cool though. For me, if I go that route, it's Wendy's or nah. Burger Thing or McDonald's is permanently off my list. Yeah, man, I'm kind of the same way, honestly. Like, I'll go to Wendy's over any of them other places, and Wendy's ain't perfect either. Sometimes I get something from there that's nasty, you know? Through the Net says, my family was near a Sonic once, and none of us had it before, but I suggested we try. Everybody was pissed at me all day, and I was too. Really? Was it that bad? Damn. Screw the Net says, Alucard just has all the luck with good food. Most of the time. Yes. GT Biggerman says, Jack in the Box. Oh, I got you. Yeah, I've heard of Jack in the Box. I haven't been there before, but I've heard it's really good, though. A lot of people say it's really good. GT Biggerman says, I really don't like Sonic, at least the ones around here. No, hey, I've been to some terrible ones. You know, there's actually one about 20 miles from where I'm at. Every fucking time I've been there, it's been terrible, you know. But there's 2 or 3 other ones aside from that one in there that are amazing. Every time you go, like they're awesome. I think it depends on the kind of people they got working there. To be honest with you, I think it's the same for any restaurant, really. Almost. Screw the Net says that little bit of actual cooking makes all the difference. Carl World Burgers make A-Dub the bomb, and those cheddar melts, damn, so good. That sounds amazing right now, man. Now you got me wanting a patty melt. Greenfield Master says Carl's Jr., or if you're on the East Coast, Hardee's sucks big time here in Canada. They're nowhere near as good as when I went to California once. That's actually very interesting. You know, down from the south, so it's Hardee's. There is no Carl Jr. here. You know, that's like up north and out west. You know, in the south it's Hardee's. And the town that I grew up in, we had a Hardee's in that town, and I used to go there all the time, especially when I worked third shift and I'd get off at like 7, 8 o'clock in the morning. I'm like, fuck it, there ain't nobody else open. I'm gonna go to Hardee's and I'm gonna get a bunch of damn biscuits of whatever kind I want and whatever else they got. You know, and I love Hardee's, but it's been a lot of years since I've been there. I mean, I still remember Hardee's biscuits being the best. Like, and everybody when I was younger, even older people, they talk about how good Hardee's biscuits was. And there was this lady, my grandma knew, that she claimed she could make Hardee's biscuits, you know, or almost just like them. And they was too. Like, she made them for me a couple times. And they were damn near just like Hardee's biscuits. Mark Smith says, I had a Sonic in Scottsdale, Arizona. When I was out there in 2007 for training, it was okay. Nothing to note. One socks off, though. Yeah. But guys, I think I'm gonna go ahead and end the stream here because I've been streaming pretty much damn near all night. I didn't think I'd go this long. But I've had a lot of fun. I appreciate y'all watching this long and, you know, talking to me and having a good time and stuff. We just been hanging out and chilling basically. But I'm gonna be back tomorrow night and we're gonna be playing Famicom shooters. So I've got at least 3 games in mind that we're gonna play. We might branch off into some other Famicom games that aren't shooters. Just depending on I guess really how long we play each one. But anyways, I hope y'all have a good night. I am gonna go ahead and end the stream because I'm getting pretty tired, and I do have some videos that I need to get started on, and another YouTuber that I'm gonna be doing a video with tomorrow, in the next probably 8 hours or so. So I need to get some sleep, and we're gonna have some new videos and some new content coming up, and come back tomorrow for the Famicom stream because we're gonna have shooter games and possibly some other games. So I appreciate y'all coming out and hope y'all have a good night, and I will see y'all next time, guys. Have a good one. Bye.